still sit around. Yeah, what you waiting for? Get moving, this is time to go. We'll never turn around. Yeah, got everything we need, so we gon' live it up. Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, there's no better time than now. Oh, there's no better time than now. You just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat this feeling. This is my kind of love. We keep going up. I wanna day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 night. I wanna day and night.
Broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. We still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go. People come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. in style.
Come on, you're standing on the edge tonight. You watch me like a satellite. Come on and dive with me. It's time to see the color changing in the light. The future's looking pretty bright. Come on and shine with me.
when it's gone and the feeling's getting old. Oh, got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Oh, some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Rough day, cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way you can't join me later, cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own, even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you had nothing and I had it all, and now you've come out better off out of the bar. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help, and all this relationship stuff is helpless. Wanna break out, you say yeah, but this game's far too players. Time to give it some and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. I've been dancing way too long. It's the worst I've ever known. No, got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. Crazy. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. Wake up, you say yeah, but this game's far too players. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. It looks like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine's taking over. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. I'll make you believe. We're moving our feet, just sway to the rhythm. I got a feeling things are getting better. We're finally free, don't need to stay hidden. Let's take that chance, we'll bet on forever. And we will bet on forever, no matter what happens, yeah, we'll stay together. We can do anything, we'll be alright, cause we're not gonna fall to the pressure. Life is a magical thing that I'm dying to show you. I know you will fall in love. You can imagine the wildest things, I can show you everything you're dreaming of. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic. It's what you're seeking, and it's worth repeating. Don't give up your dreaming. This is all you need, and feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over and over again. If it's what you're seeking and it's worth repeating, don't give up your dreaming. This is all you need, and feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over and over again. Let's start it over and over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over again. Come on, you're standing on the edge tonight. You watch me like a satellite. Come on and dive with me. It's time to see the color changing in the light. The future's looking pretty bright. Come on and shine with me, shine with me. Now I can see that this is really happening. Honestly, don't you really wanna try? Oh, will you take my hand and we can make it out? Oh, if you take the leap, I'll never let you down. Come alive, wait until the time's right. This could be the best night, as long as you're with me, you're here now. I can see that this is really happening. Honestly, don't you really wanna try? Oh,
恐怖は誰にでもある。目には見えない狡猾な敵だ。逃れられぬ引力のように。僕らはその恐怖と何度も戦ってきた。力ずくで圧倒されても踏ん張れば立ち向かえる。全力で戦い克服できる。僕らは恐怖を理解し、絶え間ぬ努力と勇気でそれをチームで乗り越えてきた。今は恐怖を武器にできる。今こそ僕たちの出番だ。さあ、僕たちを恐れろ。
Welcome back into the APAC South League. We have now been here for 2 days. This is our third appearance, and so too the teams. We're starting to get a good idea of where everything is headed. We had a lot of questions come in as Dev and Raven, but things are starting to become a little bit clearer, aren't they, Dev?
Yeah, absolutely. But that said, I think we still have a lot of wiggle room between all the different teams. We're still trying to figure out how these teams place after that huge roster shuffle coming into 2022. We'll answer a lot of those questions tonight for sure.
Yeah, we certainly will. What we'll do is we'll have a look back before we move forward, have a look at the recap for Playday 2, where things were quite interesting, Raven. I think a lot of strange results in here. I think maybe we expected Renatus to go a little bit further, maybe Fury to do a little bit better, but ultimately, these are the scores we had.
Yeah, no, look, those last two games in particular were very close and actually quite exciting matchups. But yeah, there was some surprises earlier in the night. Chiefs with such a dominant victory over Fury was probably a little unexpected. I think Chiefs ultimately were favourites for that one. But Fury just really struggled to get into this game. Chiefs flexing their muscles of their new roster. And look, it's certainly concerning signs for Fury early on in the stage.
Are we happy with where Knights are at now, Dev? Are we still kind of unconvinced a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Knights have a lot of work to be done. Yes, they did manage to get their first win last week, but they also lost very convincingly in their first play day. So they are one of the teams that is still hoping to prove themselves.
And Renatus, well, I mean, now they're Renatus, formerly the Last Dance here, Raven. They have certainly come in and made a bit of a statement here in APAC South, but do you think that performance is going to be consistent enough?
I think that's what they're starting to struggle with now. Obviously, this is their first stage at this kind of level of the league, but already they've put in some really good performances. I mean, they did get this unfortunate loss tonight, but a lot of those rounds were quite close.
Yeah.
They put in some good plays, so I still have faith that they can kind of bring it back to be a bit of a mid-table team out of this stage.
Speaking of close games, 7-5 IG wildcard. Dev, this one was, I think, scary. It was scary in the fact that we kind of saw wildcard's old habits slip in. I think they were 5-3 at one point. They ended up losing 7-5.
Yeah, look, there's two sides to it. I think in this match, we got to see the best of both teams. We got to see a very exciting wild card who had such a huge advantage and then ended up losing the game. But we also got to see Invictus really show what they're worth when they switch onto that attacking side and the sheer power and fortitude that they can manage to do in those reverse sweeps. So massive credit to them, and they're looking like potentially the strongest team in APAC South right now.
And there's only one team that's really standing up to them at the moment, Raven, at least in the standings, that is, and that's Direwolves on your screen right now. 2022 has started off in a fantastic fashion for them.
It has. Look, they've had a very exciting first couple of matches. Some beautiful reactions to some of their results. And look, I think it's only fitting that tonight we will actually see Direwolves versus IG at the last game. But no, like the performance we've seen from Direwolves so far has been great, and just the the word that we've been getting through their interviews makes me feel like they've really started to connect as a well-rounded team.
Yep.
I think as the stage goes on, they're going to be able to continue some consistency.
And Dev, as we're looking at this, anything kind of sticking out for you?
Look, I think that the big elephants in the room, you can always talk about the top, but the real surprises so far is seeing both Knights and Elevate near the bottom of the standing, particularly Elevate, who was the #1 team in APAC South last season. They're currently sitting on 0 points alongside their Thai comrades in Fury. That is definitely by far the biggest disappointment so far of APAC South this year, is seeing both Thai teams, but especially Elevate, knowing everything that they managed to achieve last year and even just back in February, they haven't managed to bounce back since their roster shuffle, and it's scary for them. Like, they can't let any more points slide if they want to take that #1 spot. Remember that last year, at the end of the whole year, we had, I think it was like 2nd to 7th place within like 3 or 4 points of each other. Elevate was far above the rest, and that is not going to be the case anymore.
And, you know, I find it interesting. You're talking about the master shuffle that happened for APAC South. I'd have to go back and actually have a look how many players have been rotating throughout the rosters and new blood that have come in. Speaking of that kind of realm, IG have pretty much completely overhauled their entire team. But one man still stands strong on that roster. In fact, two do. But we want to highlight Speakeasy. He has been a rock for this team all the way back in 2021. Now kind of repeating that kind of, I would almost say, passion at this point, Raven. Coming out, first 2 playdays have been phenomenal from him.
Yeah, really good from Speakeasy. The first Playday, you know, it was a victory against Fury, who we know haven't been having the greatest stage, so I guess in one way that was a little unconvincing, and he had a good performance there for sure, but it was really against Wildcard that he shined. You know, IG were really down for a majority of that match, but he had some really big impact kills, some massive plays. He stood up on so many occasions, as we know he can do throughout the last year or two. Look, he's certainly an X-Factor player. He's a star leader. It's always dangerous when he's still alive. You see here, he hit a really big clutch in a really big moment here for Invictus in that first Playday.
And Dev, what's scary is he's always been like this, right? This is not just just a new player kind of stepping into moments like this. Speakeasy has always been consistently one of the best players that we've had in APAC.
And I think that he does take the candle right now as the best player in APAC, at least APAC South. I think he'd do a pretty good job at APAC North as well. And what's astonishing is that he's managing to continue to achieve this even when he's moved off of some of the more aggressive roles. Like picking up Jigsaw, that's a player that you're always going to stick on the front line. You're going to give him the license to play whatever operator he wants. The Yana is the classic entry fragger these days, and we see Jigsaw playing that. Speakeasy's giving it up. He even tweeted about it. He said, oh, yeah, I had to give up the Yana, and yet he is still the best player in the league by a long shot. He's still flawless on his entry engagements, 3-0. He's even playing flex support in a lot of instances as well. We saw him on the 0 there. We've seen him on Ace before, so it's incredibly impressive what Speakeasy is managing to achieve.
Impressive and somewhat terrifying in that same respect, right? Terrifying for those that are coming up against him. Impressive for us that are sitting back and watching. Talking about sitting back and watching, let's have a look at what we have on the agenda tonight. 4 matches back to back. And I think they kind of, we start out with a phenomenal match here. Wildcard Elevate. So many questions have been left unanswered. Tonight, we will get some of those answers. I say some because this is a long journey. We've still got another 5 playdays, including today's matches to go. Raven, as we move down though, Knights and Fury, what are we expecting there?
Yeah, look, I think this is an opportunity for Fury to kind of find some rounds under their belt and just at least try and get a victory here, because Knights obviously haven't presented super strong. I mean, they got a good win last week, but I think regardless, Knights are still in a bit of a grey area as they find their feet with their new roster. That being said, my expectation is that Knights will probably come out with a semi-comfortable victory, probably like a 7-4. But I think if Fury are able to kind of go back and reflect on some of their games from the first 2 playdays, look, maybe they might be able to find the magic secrets to start to unlock some better round results.
And Dev, as we start to look at the predictions, Chiefs, Renatus, I mean, surely that has to be a Chiefs game, right? Yeah, it looks like it.
Look, we went a bit boring with predictions. I actually tried very late in the pipeline once I saw what everyone else had done to switch some of mine around just to spice things up a little bit, but I decided to stick with it. As you can see, the first 3 games, appear cut and dried. Now, keep in mind, APAC South is never cut and dried. Like, this was the closest regional league in Rainbow Six last year, and it's looking to shape up that way this year again. The first 3 games, yes, seem to have clear favorites, but particularly the very first one, Wildcard Elevate, which we'll dive deeper into shortly, that one could definitely slide both ways. I think that, 5 out of 5 is somewhat of a misnomer, but it is the match at the end of the day, which will be our match of the day. It's the Speakeasy's game, of course, and the 2 teams who are undefeated so far, Invictus and Direwolves.
It's the one that's divided us the most, Raven, and I think for good reason. We're still quite unclear on whether the master shuffle that has happened for Invictus is going to be consistent. They've certainly been explosive, and then when you turn onto the other conversation, Direwolves have just been phenomenal.
Yeah, and I guess, like, from my perspective, I always tend to back consistency, which is kind of what edged me picking Direwolves over IG. I think ultimately if IG find some consistency, it's going to be hard to not say it. They're going to be the best team in APAC South. But until then, yeah, I guess I'm still on the fence. They had some really good moments against Wildcard, but you can also argue they had some bad moments, right? Like, they really were on the ropes for the first half of that match. But they summoned some really good strength to come back. So look, I'm so excited for that final game. It's really going to be a nice way to end this Playday.
It certainly is, but we're only at the start, so we'll turn our attention to the first match of the day. It's Elevate taking on Wildcard. And I think Wildcard revitalized, Elevate stumbling a little bit here, Dev. How are you feeling?
Excited, very, very keen. I think if you're a Wildcard fan, you know what pain feels like, and you've been experiencing it for about a year. Remember, this team was the very top of OS and their second best in APAC in 2019. Then they had that terrible, turbulent year in 2021 where they were almost relegated, not just from APAC South, but also from their national circuit in OCN. They managed to persevere through both of those and changed 2 players, brought on Cairo and OJ. And the question is, are they back? They beat Knights in their opening game. They had a very close loss to Invictus. And it makes you wonder now, like, surely this team is capable of returning to their former glory.
Man, OJ is so worried about the fact he's going to have to carry Wildcard through an entire year. He's gone and bought an entire gym.
That's how you train support.
Yeah, that is what it. I mean, look, to be fair, he is a pretty nutty player, and we've talked about him a lot. I think maybe we'll leave the discussions for OJ after the game if they're able to back this up. But I will start to really hone in on Elevate a little bit here, Raven. I think maybe my comments have been a little bit... I don't want to say demeaning by any means, but it really does feel like Elevate have been a little bit rocky, a little bit turbulent. End of 2021, they shook up a little bit, but then started 2022, they went mental at SI, and now we're back to a really big question mark next to them.
Yeah, I feel like SI is just such the anomaly, right? Which sounds strange. Like, they did have a rough stage 3, but then somehow they really pulled it together and had a phenomenal SI. But here they are again, back on struggle street, even after they've had a chance to kind of correct some issues with the roster. I think they just haven't found what they need to, I guess, to find that synergy, the cohesion between their new core. But I guess it's one of those things where I still have so much faith in the skill of the roster where it's just a matter of time. If something clicks for them, it could be this Playday, it might take a couple more days, maybe it takes the whole stage. But when something clicks between this roster, I think they are going to be their scary selves that we've come to expect.
The big issue that we might have around this roster, Dev, is the fact that, like, we look to last year and we look to the consistencies and inconsistencies of the APAC South rosters themselves. It did feel like a turbulent year, Elevate went first place in stage 1 and then kind of, I'm not going to say went missing by any means, but stage 2, stage 3 went a little bit where?
Yeah,
I think that's the best way of putting it.
I mean, the thing with Elevate historically in 2021 is they always crumbled under pressure, and stage 1 had a lot less pressure because there was no major to go to last year. So yeah, they topped APAC South. They went and they played Cloud9, the now Sandbox roster, for that first place in all of APAC. They even managed to get that too, which was amazing for them. No major to go to. Stages 2 and 3, they choked every opportunity that they had to get to a major, and there was so many. I think we counted like 5, 6 different 8 match point opportunities they could have qualified for a major. They didn't, but fortunately, because they were still fairly consistent across the year, they qualified for SI. And what an amazing SI they had! They even took a BO3 win in 2 maps against the eventual world championship champions in TSM. So they have so much to be proud of, and that's why they were criticized so heavily when they changed 2 players on their roster. don't want to dig into that too much. You know, Nereid's still tired. Napier, they had some issues, whatever. Like, they've got 2 new blood from the old Sharper roster who failed to come through Relos.
Yeah.
I think that, like, they need to bounce back because the Elevate that we know and love from last year that was 9 points ahead of the competition at the end of the year, far, far ahead of everyone else, we haven't seen them yet.
No, they have been missing. Well, they can take 2 maps off TSM, but can they take 1 off Wildcard? Let's have a look at where we're going to determine whether that will be the case or not. Raven, I'll let you go first. Villa, here we go. Deep dive. You got anything for me?
Look, I think Villa has become a bit of a map that, you know, we've seen some decent results with Elevate on. Even Wildcard, you know, even some of the losses that they've had on Villa, from, if I can recall correctly, have been fairly close. Villa in recent history as well, Wildcard, big 7-2 victory against Knights on Playday 1. Of course, Knights really felt like they had an off game. Juicy said in the interview last week when they actually won that match against Renatus, that, you know, they felt like Playday 1 was a really just a general bad game for them. But regardless, you know, Wildcard seems to be a map that they want to be going with at this early stage of stage 1. And look, I think that's good. You got to play into your strengths, and if you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
Dev?
Yeah, this is exciting. I don't know if Wildcard would have expected this, but look, Elevate, this was their most banned map, Villa. Most banned map from the last, 3+ months at 28 bans. That is a huge number of bans compared to like their 3rd most banned map is 11 bans. Like, this is a lot of bans. They previously did not like Villa, and they haven't played a tier 1 match on this map, except for one map they played against Sonics at the 6 Invitational. And believe it or not, they actually won that map as the only map in the series that they lost to, and eventually Sonics, you know, helped to eliminate them from the tournament. So this is pretty exciting for Elevate. Maybe they didn't necessarily bank on playing it against Sonics. It ended up coming up. They thought, wow, we're actually pretty good on this map. They worked it into their map pool. So pretty excited for Elevate. Wildcard don't have much to come in terms of counter strats against them. So I think that this could be the opportunity that Elevate have been looking for to get some points on the board.
And Raven, this is I mean, like, you know, moving away from the Villa conversation, because again, it is quite hard when once again we have 40% of the players in the server completely new to these teams. So it's very hard to go off form and data. As much as we've got it and we can kind of back it in a little bit, it is hard to get a very clear picture here. But I do want to ask you this. Wildcard have been notorious for their performances in 2021. They come into the match last week and kind of stumble and fall a little bit right when they were at the edge. Is this something that we need to be worried about for this roster today and moving forward?
I mean, maybe still today, but I would say moving forward, I feel like that's certainly something that comes from the fact that they've made such big changes with their roster. You know, their playstyle has started to morph into something very different than what we would have normally come to expect from Wildcard. It is certainly a different team. So I think because of that, it's that argument, right, where sometimes previous results can be hard to look into.
Yeah.
I think also just the idea of being so far in front in a match where you feel like you've got that advantage and kind of just letting it slip a bit. That's kind of the signs of just, you know, roster having some teething issues, kind of settling in a little bit. Of course, like, that's one excuse.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I feel like it's something that they will probably grow out of if they can keep their roster consistent.
Do we think that Elevate are going to be growing out of their troubles, their woesome start here, Dev? I mean, that's a bit harsh to say, but like when we go back and we have a look, they've lost to Renatus, then they lost to Direwolves, so they really are on the chopping block here.
Absolutely. This is their first match against an Oceanic team, however, and we haven't seen them. Yeah, we haven't seen that inter-regional rivalry as of yet. They've lost so far to 2 Southeast Asian teams. Elevate, I don't know. I think that one of the biggest strengths of Elevate, well, 2 biggest strengths of Elevate, has always been their gun skill and their chemistry. And that aggressive play style, if you have good gun skill and good chemistry, that aggressive play style that they love, that crazy creative, that really works so well, and you minimize your errors. And unfortunately for Elevate, changing 2 players, these guys that they've brought on, like Mark and Mr. Punch, they don't have as much experience at this level. They don't have as much experience playing with this lineup. That chemistry is going to take some time to develop, and until then, we're likely to keep seeing little mistakes here and there, micro mistakes, and Wildcard just need to be really keen on punishing that.
Honestly, Raven, I can't wait for the day that Mark and Mr. Punch becomes a Ubisoft cartoon that runs for 7 seasons, you know? It sounds like it at this point. But look, it's probably something that's decent to talk about here is the fact that, again, we mentioned 40% of the roster is new for both of these teams. but neither team have really had teething issues with their new players. Neither Elevate nor Wildcard have had poor performances from, you know, Cairo or OJ. Or then again, you look on the Elevate side, you're talking about Mark and Mr. Punch. So they have kind of come out of the gate swinging. I think probably more so from your point of view. Does this kind of lead into a decent part? Like, does the path clear up a little bit for us now in the future?
I think in a way, yeah, it's always good that when you bring new players in that they aren't kind of crumbling under the pressure, especially players that you haven't really seen compete this high up before. You know, Mark and Mr. Punch, fairly fresh to this level and competing on such a high-performing roster. So to see them actually be the 2 highest rated players for Elevate out of those first 2 play days, that's that's really great signs. It really just shows that it's more about their teamwork now that they need to start to gel. And to your point, same with Wildcard, you know, Cairo, he's definitely fresh blood. We've said it a lot. He played OCL, which is like the Australian Tier 2 league, for a lot of last year. Didn't get much exposure at the OCN level. And here he is in APAC, and he's their 3rd highest rated player at a 1.11. You know, it's actually a decent rating to maintain. If he managed to maintain that throughout the year, like, you'd be looking at that and being like, all right, yeah, Cairo's a good player. So I think it's certainly a good base to be able to build on, and it's just about getting that synergy and teamwork to start to really fit together consistently.
Well, it's time for us to do some base building of our own. We need to find out which one of these teams is going to be moving forward, and that conversation may be starting to turn. And to do so, and to take you through all of the action, it's Xenox and Guts.
Well, it's a big game. A lot of repercussions, guys. Obviously, for Elevate, if they don't win this, 0 points from their first 3 games. I don't think many would have been expecting that. For Wildcard, of course, if they win, 6 points, looking great stage. But if they lose this, does that then take off a little bit of that sunshine from week 1? It would be 2 losses in a row, only 3 points. Like, I feel like this is a game of crossroads.
Yeah, I think there's really big implications for this game, not only for these 2 teams, but the table as a whole. The social very closely split, just in favor of Elevate, anticipating this one to be very close. And honestly, I'm gonna have to back the community, and I'm expecting a tight one.
Yeah, I think obviously we saw that in the predictions as well, everyone going for Wildcard, but let's be real, I think we also could have had a couple maybe lean the way of Elevate. The problem is, I went for Elevate last week against Direwolves, and they kind of let me down a little bit, so it was kind of hard to back them in here against Wildcard. We go, obviously, to Villa. Jackal gets banned out immediately. Elevate's turn now. I thought it was a really good statistic, though, brought up on the desk. It was, of course, the wonderful Dev Marta. I almost called him Dev Match Striker, but hey, I wouldn't have been too far off the mark there. About the fact that Elevate do ban Villa quite heftily, but when they do play it, they're actually not that bad.
Yeah, there was an obvious trend over the course of the 6 Invitational where they were willing to show that map. They did have some pretty good success on it as well. Will that flow into Stage 1 of APAC South? Well, that question remains to be answered. Quite a different squad to what we've seen at that event. And so far, honestly, the performances from Elevate have been disappointing in comparison. There's definitely a growth phase that they are going through at the moment. And I think it's going to take a long while for this team to start chugging along, especially if they're going to lean into that player style they're renowned for. It will take a while for those players to come in and adjust to that in a competitive format.
Nothing really too crazy with the bans there from either team. Pretty stock standard. The 2 maps that Elevate have played so far, Clubhouse, Oregon for Wildcard. They played Bank against IG, and they played Villa against the Knights, which they won that one comprehensively. And it all started with the first half where they were on the defense. Lo and behold, guys, perfect tie-in. They start here on the defense as well.
In terms of the attacking lineup, though, Nook, an operator that has been increasingly elusive throughout stage 1 of competitive Siege. The nature of attacker repick means that we often see it picked into, but Onagu is just going to pick it straight off the bat. And Villa is a map that can facilitate that playstyle. The basement floor often is not occupied by the defense. There's obviously no objectives down there, but it does allow 4 rotations from both teams. And Onigiri, no doubt, is probably going to enter down below and might be able to find a couple of roamers here from Wildcard. Now, if we cast our minds back to Wildcard and Knights, the most notable thing out of that matchup for me was Mollusca. On that roam down below, he was so incredibly powerful and the Knights could not shut him down. I'm sure if Elevate watched that match, it was very obvious to them that was their game style going into it, and they executed it really well. And I'm assuming part of the game plan here on the attack will be to shut that down or to completely mitigate it and not take it head on and instead play a little bit more defensively.
Attacker repick comes out, Onigiri swaps over to the 0, try and get a little bit more information. Tend to see that, especially over towards areas like 90. As we head into our first round of the game now, Elevate make their way in. Wildcard, obviously on the defense, we'll be expecting them to do well. But Villa's one of those maps where realistically, it is kind of 50-50. You don't tend to see overwhelming favorites for either side. They obviously were very good defensively against the Knights. They had a 5-1 half, and that set up their 7-2 victory. But I don't think it's going to come as easy against this Elevate team, a team that needs to find results. The beauty for Elevate is that generally when you would look at a team that's made changes, you would look at the players that have come in. But Mark and Mr. Punch both played very, very well against the Direwolves. So they are not the issue. They are not the problem. Expecting to see them continue to play well here against Wildcard.
Direwolves obviously one of the benchmark teams at the moment, currently in first place alongside IG. Look forward to that match later tonight, but at the moment, Elevate looking to get a foothold on this particular attack. It won't be on Agiri lurking down below. As he mentioned, did jump off the Nook. Instead, he'll lurk on that Ash. Vinny under quite a bit of pressure over towards AV. Wall already opened up. Was half exposed by the defense intentionally, making it a little bit more precarious for Elevate to walk in, but those angles work both ways, and Vinny needs to be very mindful that he doesn't get caught off guard.
Just quickly, there's only a minute and a half remaining. This has gone pretty quickly for the most part to open things up. Elevate have done a lot, and it is Cairo that does find the opening pick. A player with so much potential has been spoken about with a lot of positives in the first two play days, and has been a big part of why Wildcard are where they're at. OJ gets taken down. Mr. Punch, though, the ping a little bit off. Now gets actually a double ping. Might actually wait. No, it doesn't. Just decides to get rid of OJ. And at least ties things back up. 4 versus 4, just under a minute remaining here for this AVG side. But Elevate still haven't really done a whole lot when it comes to actually getting into a good position here. Pat still over towards top. Brown has the shield still in play. This is a big choke point that Mr. Punch must win this one. Has a bit of backup. They do go out and they get rid of Pat easily. He fell off that.
Bad timing. I think Milo's still on the roam, so it could be powerful. Vinny as well inside of AV, trying to find a pick back, knowing desperately something needs to be found. Cairo elsewhere, though. He's the one to step up to the plate. Nice little angle exposing that position in towards Study. And yes, Elevate have done good groundwork, but how can they transition this across to objective control?
Not much time remaining. Vinny can't win that fight against DCH. Milo, who's been at half health, but basically the entire game, still has a Nitro Cell that could come into play. Cairo's got to make it 3. Expecting now the rush into games. Cairo just holds the angle, but Mark is already through, getting that diffuser down. Where's the help? Obviously, there's no help from DCH at all. It's a quad, but Mark, who goes prone, is able to salvage it in the end for Elevate. Cairo almost with a big ace clutch to start this one off.
Sometimes going prone in Siege is an absolute fallacy. You almost never want to do it, but I think maybe in that sort of situation, the 1 versus 1, Cairo maybe a little bit frantic to try and deny the plan or quickly prevent the retake there in the post plant. Probably wasn't expecting prone, so I guess at the end of the day, it actually did work out there for Mark. Well played by Elevate. I think the groundwork from them really solid. They did a good job in exposing the site. They got a couple of picks. The play down below as well with the nades was also quite strong. Just took them a little bit to get going in terms of actually prodding the site itself and getting a foothold. For the majority of that round, they were outside. But I think Wildcard maybe just feeding them a couple too many picks. Pat as well. Yep. We saw him falter over towards Brown Stairs. Just gave them that slight opening. And try as he might, Cairo, one of the new additions to the roster, of course, not quite able to get that ace.
I think the Pat down really was the catalyst for Elevate being able to get on and get that plant down. If Pat stays alive, wins that fight over toward Brown Stairs, I think Wildcard maybe take the round. Not an awful round for Wildcard's sake. Defensively, though, on AVG. And this is the kind of site you do want to be winning, so that can have an effect here, trickle-on effect. They do go over to Stat Trophy, though. So rather than repeating aviator games, we change sites. A good start for Elevate, though, and that's probably what they need. Obviously, 4 eliminations for Cairo, but a nice little split between Mark and Mr. Punch. Kind of, again, goes back into what I was saying at the start of that last round. And by no means are they an issue. They've actually been very good since joining this roster.
I guess that begs the question then, right? Why is Elevate in this position, currently on 0 points? This is a big game for them. A loss here really puts into doubt their chances of making the APAC playoffs. Obviously, you need to finish in the top 4. And if you don't get any points in the first 3 play days, I mean, you probably have to go near flawless from that point onwards to be a shoo-in, especially considering the standings are a little bit more split to what we may be expecting APAC South at the moment. There's a little bit top-heavy, bot-heavy, etc. But obviously, Elevate not thinking about that at the moment. They're off to a good start here, and they'll be looking to snowball that.
Bomb spotted. Thermal breach in position.
Yeah, and a big round for Wildcard to probably be a little bit more aggressive here. Mollusker on the vigil, Pat down below as well on the pulse, trying to get some information early on here to stop Elevate's attack. Does have a couple of pings with cardiac sensor. Nitrocell, of course, in hand. Another one on site with Cairo on the mute. Did pick up 4 pretty decent eliminations in the last round. Could have got the ace, could have got the round win. OJ playing the more on-site position though on the Echo. Minute 30 remaining, and it's 2 rounds in a row now that we've seen from Elevate being rather cautious with their approach getting towards site.
Pretty traditional trademark here from Wildcard. Pat down below on Pulse. Either Kitchen or this particular objective up above, he is pretty renowned for playing this role, and he's feeding a lot of information to the rest of the team, particularly those wanting to defend against Bedroom. Elsewhere though, Onigiri on the balcony on the west does get the first pick. Was taken low, but still a good trade for him. Milo as well, the Vigil and the Roam also low on HP. So the first 2 minutes goes the way of Elevate, but much like last round, can they actually get in towards the objective, win out these trades, and show a little bit more dominance compared to round 1?
Maybe out of control now for Elevate, but they still haven't really got much of a presence over towards Stat Trophy. It's only 40 seconds remaining, but as they did in the last round, their ability to win fights proving to be the difference point, and it's red stairs rather than brown stairs this time. Milo just falls back a little bit, tries to maybe come up with a bit of a surprise, but Sapper gets through onto landing. OJ falls. Sapper might be able to still just peek below red stairs, find that kill, and did so. Off screen, but he did it nonetheless. And now it's a 4 versus 2. Marks on site. Cairo has to go big again.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Plant secured.
Attackers need to
Pat over towards landing, needs to try and time this with Cairo, but Mark finds him all too quickly. Pat unable to find that trade, misses those shots in towards Trophy. Sapper punishes him with the pistol, and they take round 2.
And you can look at this from 2 ways, but so far good signs from Elevate and questionable signs from Wildcard to start this game. It is only the start though. 2 rounds in, but 2 wins for Elevate on the attack here of Villa. And they look pretty cheery. Onigiri's having a grand old time. And honestly, it's a big game for them though. So there is no surprise to see them come out and play well here. But it's about keeping it up for the entire game. You know, you think back to Direwolves back in Playday 2, and while both teams were going back and forth, Direwolves pulled away at some stage and got the win. You know Wildcard is going to come back here and get a couple of rounds. That's going to happen, but you cannot then fall by the wayside and allow them to get, say, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row like the Direwolves did.
Yeah, definitely concerning signs for Wildcard at the moment. Again, their game plan against the Knights, which was largely successful, hinged, in my opinion, on the staircases being really well held and really well traded out by Mollusker, who was floating around. So far, what we've seen in this particular game is those strongholds are not working.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, I can't pinpoint as of yet why exactly that is the case. From what we have seen from some of the POVs, Wildcard are just not looking particularly sharp or confident on these angles and are getting caught out. Elevate, on the other hand, despite maybe not having the best of utility to clear these positions, are still being able to make it work. So full props to the attack so far. I think Elevate have done a good job in shutting down that approach from Wildcard and really preventing them from using that to their advantage. I don't know what the answer is here for Wildcard. They do head us to the tertiary site, and this might be their chance to start getting a bit of momentum their way. If you lose 3 straight on the defense, as we always say, it puts you in a really rough spot.
I know kills aren't everything, guys, but the fact that everyone is still on a donut besides Cairo with 6 kills is an alarming statistic through 2 rounds, that on the defense, you're just not winning these battles as Elevator pushing onto site. It's concerning. Kitchen Dining, maybe they can turn it around, but full credit so far to Elevate to start here on Villa. They've been by far and away the better team. It's about making sure you get the reward, though, for that play. And if they can get a 3-0 start, take Kitchen Dining, basically do the world tour on the attacker side, they'll be hard to beat from here. So it's a massive round for Wildcard.
Elevate are loving at the moment, just leaning into sitting outside and applying pressure from relatively safe positions. They're not wanting to take, you know, vertical control up above, for example, or are all that keen on trading out entries. Instead, they're just going to head straight in towards Laundry. The Thatcher Habana combo on the wall, heading us straight into Dining. And I think that will make Wildcard feel pretty uneasy. Halfway into the round, Elevate, much like that study attack, just prodding the outside of the objective, seeing if maybe Wildcard overpeak.
And the beautiful thing here is we look at Mr. Punch over towards Piano. While obviously they're trying to set up and open up sight, you've still got other players for Elevate sort of roaming around, being in position. They're not just standing outside doing nothing.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And this is where they've been winning most of their fights. I mean, well, pretty much 90% of the fights besides Cairo.
Attackers have dropped
It has been all Elevate elsewhere. Just under a minute remaining. Red Stairs still needs to be cleared. In fact, that ended up taking out the drone. Mr. Punch, but should be able to clear this position as Milo falls back over towards landing. And Nevermind continues to just peek this and may actually get this. Nevermind, not going to happen. Mr. Punch did fall to Cairo though. And finally, Wildcard getting eliminations to go their way at that execution stage of the round.
Mark over towards Dining. Can he maybe bring this back? It's going to be tough as Pat's holding down the line, still the Nitro in hand as well. Wildcard having a good read as to where these final two attackers are approaching the objective. From DCH though, with the pistol, does find a pick. Onigiri's down, but I don't think the res is really on the cards as Mark looks to re-peek in towards Dining. Again, his position exposed, Pat taken low. But the trade is found, and it's a good response from Wildcard.
Yeah, much better from Wildcard. I mean, a lot of it just really does come down to the basics at the end of the day. Hitting your shots, winning your fights, winning that battle over towards Red Stairs, even if it wasn't the cleanest and there was a bit of help, I think, from a player in Sheets. Wildcard were just able to sort of hold their positions a bit better. Elevate didn't really change their approach all that much. I mean, you commented before that, you know, they were happy to just kind of sit outside, take their time with their approach in opening up kitchen dining. So they didn't change too much from the first two rounds. It just Wildcard were able to hold their angles a little bit better, be a little bit better at keeping Elevate at bay and then winning their fights. I mean, Cairo is still a big factor, by the way, though. I mean, 8-2 now through 3 rounds is a very significant start from him. And what he's capable of as a player and as a fragger for Wildcard does need to be said and brought to attention. He is having a great game here for Wildcard. And as you said, you win that tertiary site. Now you come back to AVG on the defense. Got to be winning this if you're Wildcard. If you do, you start to build some of that momentum.
And not to oversimplify that previous round all that much, but the critical point of that round was when Elevate tried to take staircase control. That's where it started to fall apart. We saw Milo hold on really nicely over towards landing on top red. And the utility game from Elevate wasn't great, taking out their own drones, nades not hitting the mark, the trades ultimately not going their way. So for Wildcard, that's great. That, again, is, in my opinion, probably what they're aiming for to achieve on these defenses, and that will instill them some confidence that now heading back over towards AVG, they can continue to lean into that and know that it is going to work against Elevate. Maybe they just weren't switched on, particularly in the first couple of rounds, and that can happen, right? Sometimes you jump into an official, you're not playing as sharp as you would expect.
Yeah.
And maybe from this point onwards, Wildcard can begin to build upon what they've established on that tertiary site. As for Elevate, they'll be looking to tidy things up a little bit. Plenty of utility on the board. They have nades available, Flores as well. Those Rotary drones going to play a key part in clearing out these deployable shields, for example. That was one of their oversights on the previous attempt on this site. Ultimately, they still won the round, but again, something they can improve upon.
All set.
And you know what Molosca's like as a player, at times he can be just about anywhere and everywhere. Be so aggressive. It worked out really well for him last week, and I think it was Molosca and Vincia that were having a field day against the Knights back in Playday 1. Both of them, though, have started a little bit cold. Unfortunately, they have Cairo.
Really well played there from Wildcard. Onigiri trying to use his camera, plant it in the top of the wall, shoot down, take out that mute jammer so they can open it, but really well denied by Wildcard. Just a small little game there. Milo down below, now under pressure. As I say that, Elevate 2 swift kills. Now Pat needs to step up on Brown, but again, his timing is just absolutely god-awful, and Elevate will clean up the round.
You could see it, right? The second he even looked to the top of Brown's stairs, you're like, you know he's dead. It's just unfortunate timing. But to be fair, that wasn't the round collapse there for Wildcard. It was even earlier than that. They lost 2 players very quickly just before Pat goes down on Brown stairs anyway. So that was just a quick, sharp execution from Elevate. And again, 2 rounds now on Aviator Games that Wildcard haven't even looked at defending really all that well. I mean, this is a little concerning.
I think we're seeing similar issues to the last Playday. Wildcard, they headed into their defense above. They had the lead against IG on Bank, and even in the post-match on some of the tweets, for example, the players came out and said publicly that IG hard countered them and they didn't have an opportunity to get back into the match. What we're seeing so far in this game, in my opinion, is even more of a hard counter from Elevate. They are persistent in going for these staircase fights. They are shutting down Molosca down below, sending multiple players for the trade, and it has been really clean from them so far. I think maybe the tertiary side just throwing off their attack pattern a wee bit, but outside of that, it's been very difficult to see Elevate losing most of these rounds, and it's been really well played by them. But it's up to Wildcard now. You have 2 rounds. Switch something up. Try something a little bit different, because what you're playing at the moment simply is not working, and it's not going to work unless you tidy up these plays massively, because it's simply not working.
Harsh words from Guz, but he's not wrong. 3-1 scoreline in favor of Elevate. Desperately, with 2 rounds to go in the first half, Wildcard will need to find some rounds, beginning with Stat Trophy. If they win it, do you even head back to AVG at that point? It has not been really all that clean from them. And what is a site that statistically on Villa is one of the better sites for defenders, and DCH with the opening pick. Now, to be fair, that has not been entirely that much of an issue. In fact, Wildcard have had their fair share of opening picks here in the first half, but this round it goes the way of Elevate. They get a nice early start, no response, 5v4 early in the round as well. And on a side like Stat Trophy really limits you, because you do want players down below as well, guys. Now when you've only got the 4 players, you are quite limited. It looks like they've actually got like a 3-1 split, 3 down below, 1 above.
And it's a smoke out first. Of course, probably the worst operator in any lineup to falter first, because you can't use those gas canisters late in the round to stall out a attacking push. So that's disappointing for OJ. He'll be sitting on cams now for the remainder of the round and trying to give calls to the team. Pat is playing down below once more, but no pulse in play, instead leaning into the Nitro cell. Kyra already expending his, but didn't find anything. Maybe a drone, but no HP chipped. Again, Elevate, sitting outside. More than comfortable to hold down lines, manipulate the site from a distance, and then really jump on their prey late into the round.
Yeah, and that's been the go-to for Elevate more so in the first 2 rounds. The last round was decently fast. Oh, easy one for Pat. Surely wins this. Does get the down into Sapper. And yeah, well, you could probably sense the frustrating shots there from Pat after the last couple of rounds on Brown Stairs. He does win that fight. Does find his first kill. And that is massive now for Wildcard to bring it back to a 4 versus 4 with just under a minute left. Kyra, though, caught inside of Astro. Nice Nitro solo from Pat. His 2 for the round. Moss gets a freebie onto Mr. Punch. Literally just runs into him. And Wildcard might just get a free round after all.
2 players still on the roam down below. They'll need to make their way up. Astro, Mark likely to be the first contact. Onigiri, in theory, has safe entry. Oh, Mark doesn't though. Vinny will easily shut him down. Onigiri left in the 1v3 with 30 seconds to work with.
We've seen Onigiri do some big things before, but now on literally 1 HP. Moloska finishes him off, and well, that's the tag team duo of Milo and Vinny getting the job done in the end for Wildcard. 3-2 scoreline. Not too bad. 1 more round to go in the half to really close things out for Wildcard. And then, if they can get it to 3-3, I think that's probably par for the course. I don't mind that 3-3 scoreline here on Villa. They don't even bother with AVG. Of course, they did win Kitchen Dining, so they head back down there again here for the final round of the half. No surprise. In the end, probably not the more conventional way that we would see teams play defense Villa, where generally AVG is the site that they win and then everything else is kind of up for grabs. Wildcard have gone the opposite here. But yeah, 3-3 I think would be okay for both teams.
Yeah, quite a bit tidier in that last round from Wildcard, and it only took 5 rounds, but Milo has finally got himself into the game, and he was a key part of that victory. He replaced a couple of key positions there for some really strong trades, and really locked down the round for Wildcard. It still was quite a 50-50 end to the round until he started to close out those picks, and really well played. So to him, that'll be a nice confidence boost, and he was firing on all cylinders against the Knights on this map. So maybe once he wakes up a little bit here against Elevate, that will help catapult the team forward. It was a slow start for Wildcard, but I would agree, a 3-3, especially after that start, would be a minor miracle in a sense, because Elevate completely had them done. But we'll have to see whether or not Elevate can bounce back. This site clearly quite strong for Wildcard on their previous attempt.
Yeah, third round was a pretty decent win for Wildcard here on Kitchen Dining. It was probably the first round where Elevate just couldn't get anything to go their way, lost their ones, couldn't really get in onto site. It was the first time Wildcard looked like maybe the Wildcard that we knew from Playday 1 and to a degree even Playday 2. They are fighting back here, and that's the difference, right, between probably this Wildcard roster iteration and well, last year's one where, you know, you start down 2-0, they probably drop their heads a little bit and let the game get out of hand. This is the kind of team that will fight and not allow Elevate to get too far in front. And the same can be said for Elevate. You know, you think back to Direwolves, they had, you know, the first 3 rounds, it was a 2-1 lead for Elevate, and then Direwolves just went bang and won a couple in a row. So they need to also make sure they don't allow Wildcard back into this. Cairo lurking down below in basement.
As mentioned previously, Basement Villa. No objectives in sight, but can be the scene for many rotations, both from the attack and the defense. Typically, you'll be sending one of your stronger fraggers down below to see if they can maybe catch said roamer off guard or said entry if you are one of the defenders. So it can often lead to some pretty interesting engagements. Elsewhere though, Sapper straight in towards living uncontested, unspotted. Might be able to make a play in sheets.
Yeah, this is much better than the last time around. And then loses out to Pat. Sapper, I thought, went into sheets pretty much uncontested, but Pat peeked that almost like he had the info, and Pat has woken up. The first couple of rounds, especially both sides of ABG, Pat was, well, questionable on Brown Stairs, but has been now magnificent elsewhere. Cairo getting, I think, maybe a tag on to miss the punch, and suddenly things for Elevate have gone into a disarray. .40 seconds remaining in the round. 2-man advantage for Wildcard, should be able to close this one out. Nice headshot though from DCH through the wall. Does get rid of Vince. Finds a second one as well from Astro. Now in a very winnable position here, although time it could be a factor for Elevate. They do have diffuser in hand through Mark. Little shot from Pat as he falls away. That was over towards Mark in Laundry. Flashbang can push out. Pat's been pretty good from Dining. OJ wins his fight. OJ can't get the second immediately though. Now full white, 9 seconds as DCH and Mark pushing in onto site. Bulletproof Cam is up to watch it all unfold. Still 2 nitro cells as well for Wildcard. It is the Pat show at the moment though. He has come back with a vengeance, and so has Wildcard. It's 3-3 to close out the first half.
Good little way to close out proceedings there for Wildcard, and Pat, the man of the hour in that 6th round. Such a strong performance. He shut down the lurk, he held down the line over towards music, and really prevented any sort of comeback there from Elevate. Again, a big confidence booster for him. Pat was just absolutely getting decimated in those earlier rounds. Brown Stairs in particular, he was getting siege timed over and over again, and even elsewhere his aim did not look as confident as maybe he would like, but nice little booster for him, and Wildcard salvaging that half in my opinion. It was a really poor start and it didn't look like things were going to go their way, but funnily enough it was that tertiary site that brought it back for them, winning Kitchen twice. Elevate not looking as strong on that particular objective. Will that come back to bite them? Who knows?
Elevate winning 3 of the first 4, but Wildcard winning 3 of the last 4. Both factually correct, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when you say it like that. Still, Wildcard closing out the second half of the first half. That also is factually correct. It's good though, because I think for both teams there's a lot to take from that first half. Elevate, as we know, haven't won any games so far to start this season, so to get off to a good start, get a couple of rounds, almost look like the Elevate that we know and love. But then for Wildcard, what is essentially probably a mission for them is to overcome these instances as they had last year where they just kind of fell apart. They didn't fall apart, they fought back, and they're in the game. So both teams, I think you can almost give them both a tick to start that first half, and we'll see though who's going to get that second tick in the second half and actually win the game.
Yeah, it was, to be frank, not an amazing half of Siege for either team, but you know, sometimes the better games of Siege aren't the technically perfect ones. They are sometimes wars of attrition where teams have to battle it out and things might not always be going their way, but it's almost who can make the best of a bad situation to an extent. We'll see if that continues in the second half. Dynamics can often shift as we switch halves. Wildcard now on the attack, and so far in this stage, over the course of the first 2 days, they've looked pretty decent on their attacks. Again, that's actually been their favourite side, or at least it was last week against Invictus Gaming, and they're no pushover. So expecting big things from Wildcard here. In the first round, we head over towards Aviator Games. What can Elevate deliver, though, in response? Onigiri, aggressive. I think he really wants to lock down this study position. Wildcard with multiple members outside, seeing if maybe they can find this early pick.
Yeah, and on the flip side, though, I think for Elevate, their attacks weren't that great in the first 2 Playdays, so at the very least, getting 3-3 here in Villa is probably good for them. Their defenses were at least enough to kind of go 3-3, so this could actually be a game that does go to OT unless someone decides to maybe just step up that pace, go to that next level and leave the other team behind. Cairo has just slowed down a little bit, but that's what happens when you go 8-2 in the first 3 rounds.
Hey, gas prices are expensive at the moment. You can't go full foot to the pedal all the time.
Has eased off the gas a little bit, but fortunately, others on the team have started to stand up. Cairo, though, hello. That's an easy one on to mark. To cast a blessing. No swing from the player at Brown Stairs, but Molosca also not really playing into that. That's the flash over towards DCH. Can they remove him from Brown Stairs comfortably in the way that Pat was for Wildcard?
The nade meta, as it was called at 6 Invitational, there as players try to find something from below, but Pat caught off guard. These stairs have been his curse, but Vinny trades the pick. Gets shot in the back, though, DCH straight through the smoke to find it back. Wildcard with Milo down, now in a precarious position.
So aggressive from Onigiri. DCH, the one holding Brown Stairs. Onigiri just comes over and says, if you're not going to play down there, I will, and pushes down, finds a kill. But fortunately, they still have that shield, and DCH can fall back. Doesn't have to worry about study. They have the information. Cairo's low and dead, and Molosca will be following him into the grave. A great defense win for Elevate over towards Brown Stairs, and they do what Wildcard could not.
That staircase just not going Wildcard's way, but Elevate playing a textbook. Really good aggression, the timing on point. The crossfire at the end really doesn't get much better than that. Again, quite a messy game overall. Not the cleanest take, not the cleanest defense, but Elevate in that war of attrition, they are rising out on top. Trophy stat will be played second. Let's see if they can back up that momentum here. I think that was a good start for them. They can lean into a similar staircase-centric playstyle here with red stairs. And if Wildcard are going to continue to have issues, it's going to be a tough go for them.
No, red stairs has been all right for Wildcard, mate. Come on.
1 round it was. Kitchen.
Hey, better than the, what's that now, 3 rounds of Brown Stairs that have really let them down.
Yeah.
They just need to put some tape around that and just let that one go and probably don't even contest it anymore for the remainder of this second half. A good start, though, for Elevate, because, again, similar to Wildcard, right, what I mentioned sort of at that halftime period where Wildcard were getting tested and then they had to kind of fight back. Elevate then found themselves in that position at the start of this second half, and I thought that was a very solid defensive round. The way that DCH was able to play off of Onigiri's death as well, understanding, all right, he swings, he dies, I then need to trade that as well, and then that ends up confirming the Brown Stairs position, and they didn't overplay it too much. We saw Pat, like when Pat was on Brown Stairs, was kind of like looking away, but in the middle of Brown Stairs, whereas when DCH needed to maneuver, he actually moved all the way off of Brown Stairs and held the top side of it. So I thought they just played it so much better than Wildcard did on AVG.
Oh no, not again. Wildcard fans hold their breath. One of the scariest players in the region in Onigiri now holding down the position. These drones likely will force him back, however. So you can
not yet, though.
relief.
Not yet.
Maybe.
Oh, never mind. Now it gets droned out. Yeah. Just thought for a second, had they not been able to find that, could have maybe held the angle, then swung and found a kill into study.
They've actually got him trapped in Vault. Wildcard with a really good crossfire, decent drones established. This should be an opening kill.
Nah. What they don't realize is they're trapped in with Onigiri. He's not trapped in from them. You've got to be so careful. Even in a 1 versus 2. Vincia peeking around study. Onigiri did just take a little bit of damage, really keeping the pressure on here. It is Mr. Punch, though, who does come and save the day.
The timing.
And he has been able to escape. Molosca's got no idea now, and this could actually be the round if Onigiri gets a freebie, which he does to and a second. As I said, they're trapped in there with Onigiri. It's not the other way around. It'll be a 5-3 lead unless Cairo and OJ can bring it back for Wildcard.
Perfect from Onigiri as Elevate look to ride this high, a 5-3 lead on the cards. OJ with the fuser in hand makes his way through landing, trying to find an entry and does. It's not bad, wasn't traded. Pyro as well still up, 10 kills so far. I wouldn't rule wildcard out just yet.
Oh, he saw the foot. He did see the foot, and Cairo is able to respond. And by the way, that earlier OJ
the nade
kill got him the diffuser back in hand. So that's diffuser on the side of wildcard. That nade ends up just getting nothing of Sapper, unfortunately. But still, diffuser in hand for OJ. Still 50 seconds remaining in the round. I know it doesn't really feel like that. Probably felt like there was maybe not as much time. But wildcard have the time to now reconvene. OJ and Cairo with diffuser can play off of each other here. Very winnable in the 2 versus 2.
Sapper with 3 canisters. Needs to delay time. He's tucked close right. Sends out 1. 30 seconds available. Wildcard probably forced through start.
Still 2 more Gas Babes in hand. Yeah, not much time here. They really need to just win the fights. Gas Babe does go out, but OJ sticks it. Cairo watches. He falls immediately. What a swing. DCH almost went down, but he wins it. Does he know that he got the down low? But OJ got off the diffuser. He's going for the revive. There's just not that much time here. Elevate don't really have to do a whole lot. Cairo's back up. OJ has to play frontman while Cairo just goes for the plant. Hasn't got really that much information. What a shot onto DCH, but Sapper is coming in from behind. He can't win it though. OJ! Oh my! Big plays! What a round win for Wildcard.
Stepping up to the plate. What a play. Clutch from OJ. A round that should not have gone the way of Wildcard. That was a 4 versus 2 after this devastating start. The flank from Onigiri, that rat play in study, put them in pole position to take it. Wow. But after the res, they couldn't hold on. Sapper, a valiant effort, but OJ just looking too good there.
Yeah. Tremendous. I mean, the start from Onigiri, you applaud that. Really well played. You mentioned it. Kind of got pinched inside of Vol, and yet somehow weaseled his way out. Not only that, but then found a couple of kills and really put Wildcard on the back foot. But, you know, you look at OJ and Cairo and their ability to bring Wildcard back into the round, almost like the young and the beautiful there. And Cairo's the young and OJ's the beautiful.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Oh, no. That also works too, but I mean, you're both really. Let's be honest.
Thanks.
I'm just old and ugly at this point.
Oh man.
5 seconds.
Oh, well, you could be the young and I can be the beautiful. You're not that young though. So.
I'm not. I'm kind of a boomer. 4-4 scoreline here going into the 9th round. Wildcard, unfortunately, though, to lose a player, so we might be coming back to us here for a second. It might be in an unintended little break that maybe both teams wouldn't mind. To be all honest, I think a little breather could actually do both Wildcard and Elevate some good. For Elevate, well, more so to maybe drown their sorrows a little bit, because that was a round they definitely did let go. But for Wildcard, they can obviously sit back and very much cherish a round win that they probably didn't expect to have.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that can land on the shoulders of Cairo, particularly in the first half. Stepped up massively, but it has been a pretty well-rounded team effort. And from what we've seen, at least, if you want to focus in on the attacks from Wildcard, on the entries, for the most part, I think the philosophy behind their entries has been quite strong. They had good angles set up, at least in that previous round, and the drones, for the most part, with an asterisk, were okay. They did let Onigiri slip through, though. That was a big, big mistake. They were able to recover from it, but I'm sure they won't be very pleased with how that went down. So you're right. This is actually a great impromptu tactical timeout for both teams. Wildcard, they might be having a quick chat as to how they can tidy up that entry, maybe discuss what went wrong and how they miscommunicated that, mistimed that particular push. And for Elevate, on the flip side, they can maybe have a quick chat as to how they let that round slip away. It was a 4 versus 2. They still had players isolated down below. They were unable to deny that plant. 30 seconds, even though they had 3 smokes. That's not a nom-nom.
Yummy. Can we get OJ up for just a split second? Because I could be wrong, but it looks as if he's at a hotel gym. You ever been to a hotel gym before, Gus?
Have I ever been to a gym?
Actually, you're right. That is probably a question I could have posed to you first.
No.
But OJ pumps weights. Look at that.
Yeah.
Do you think that...
How much do you reckon he can lift? Well, he managed to carry his whole team in the last round, so he carried it.
Well, Cairo did a bit of work too.
Nah, it's all OJ. I'm an OJ stan.
You reckon that boxing bag gets a bit of work when things don't quite go the way for wildcards?
He was straight on it after last Playday against IG.
He's got the treadmill. He's got whatever that contraption is on the left. I don't know what. It looks like a helicopter at this point. Maybe pointing back to the old Rafflecopter days. But massive round for OJ, isn't it? And I think in those moments when you win those kind of rounds, OJ and Kyra, obviously Kyra was there as well. It just, that inner belief that you guys as a team can just win from any situation. You're down 4-2, doesn't matter. We can still win. You're down 2-1 to start the game as Elevate come out of the blocks, doesn't matter. We can still go win 2-3 rounds in a row. And that's probably where Wildcard is at now as a team, where I don't think they were at that position last year. I don't think they had that inner belief as a team, and they probably let a lot of games slide when things did go a little bit sour. For Elevate and good old Ronald in the background, again, they shouldn't be too displeased with how things are going either. You think back to the first 2 play days, and obviously both without any points. The thing is, really, both games weren't that bad. Renatus is a good team. You lose 7-5. It is what it is. Direwolf's proving to be a very good team. You lose 7-4. It is what it is. And now Wildcard is also a pretty decent team. I think it's just a combination that where APAC South is at now is just other teams have caught up.
It's such a tough region. And you throw into the mix best of ones and the volatility that comes with that. You can't really be expected to be at your very best in every single match and every veto to go your way. Yeah. That's not a realistic prospect. The best thing you can do is put your best foot forward and see if that translates to a result. So far for Elevate, it hasn't quite been the case. I think the most disappointing thing when you look at Elevate's performances is they've both times been relatively close to at least getting 1 point in overtime. They had that 7-5 loss against Renatus, then the 7-4 loss against Elevate, both times just missing out on that singular point. And that's been the story across the entirety of the league. We haven't had a game yet actually go to overtime, and dare I say it, I'm probably going to curse it, but this is probably looking like the one match that is going to go overtime.
Well, how many times have we seen games like this though, guys, get to 4-4, back and forth, both teams looking good, and then one team just wins 3 in a row? We've both just seen that countless times. I mean, in all actual, it kind of happened against Elevate and Direwolves in that second half on Oregon. Direwolves' defense just led them to that win pretty comfortably. I think right now it could go very much either way.
10 seconds left before insertion.
That's a big indecisive call from you, Jay.
On the fence, however you want to say it. It's
God, some things never change. Some things never change.
When you think back to the social vote at the start of the game, what was it? 51% to 49%?
Yep.
So I think that tells a pretty picture. If anything, actually, the caster predictions where we all went for wildcard was quite surprising to me. I thought there would be a couple of Elevate votes, but not to be. Sometimes it's one of those instances, though, where even though it says all 5, Onigiri, yes, did land a few shots under Myla, didn't get the down, though. Sometimes when you do get all 5 votes, doesn't necessarily mean it's that one-sided.
And you have to remember that the prediction champion did do his first, so all the other casters are likely just copying him. Although they need to remember that he's already got a good lead this year, so you wouldn't want to be copying, otherwise you're just going to finish with the same margin.
He's talking in third person. he one D deployed. Haven't seen too much line recently. It's going to get a bit of a workout from OJ. Let's see it in the first round of this second half. And that was about it so far here on Villa. It does tend to see play, especially with Jackal Band.
It's already much cleaner from Wildcard, sorry to butt in. No roam on that side of the map from Onigiri towards the south on the top floor. Instead, he's underneath the objective. It has been reattempted here by Elevate. A 3-man roam down below. Now, Wildcard's drone usage so far has seemed okay. If they get a decent read on this, I wouldn't put it past them to either hunt down these roamers or maybe, as they're doing now, adjust, rotate over towards bedroom, see if you can get something done on the objective itself. Force Elevate's hand. I do think Onigiri has repositioned himself, though, up above on the second floor, so maybe that window of opportunity has now ceased, but this is a funny little dynamic. No one's really entered an engagement face-to-face, but there's a lot of mental warfare going on in terms of gaining this information and actually deciding where you want to enter.
Oh. Never mind. I thought maybe a chance of a missed drone, not to be. Doesn't matter anyway. DCH did win that fight against Vincier. Got traded immediately, though, by Pat, who has continued to have a renaissance of sorts here in the second half. He's having a very, very good game. Of course, can't forget Cairo, the first to double digits. We have lost those KDAs on the side of the screen, but cannot forget how impactful, once again, he has been for Wildcard. 30 seconds remaining in the round, though. Mark still down in sheets as Wildcard finally starting to open things up over towards Stat Trophy.
20 seconds on the board, a 4 versus 4 in round number 9. Mark still down below, Nitro cell in hand. Wildcard trying to get these entries, but Pat shut down.
Tough shots to hit from that kind of angle, from that kind of distance. Full credit for Pat to even try that, but I think Elevate always in the position to win from those kind of angles. And again, you could see it. Cairo's still alive, but yeah, no time here. It's an interesting one because that round didn't really feel close. Wildcard really got onto site so late into the round that time became a factor. Firstly, they hadn't really cleared out players on site at all, and the players that were still left on site for Elevate just in so much better positions. That long distance with, you can only see like a slight pixel, but on the other side of it, they can see almost all of Pat. So it's just such a difficult shot for Wildcard to be hitting those.
Yeah, it was an intriguing little decision there. Well, it wasn't a little decision, it was a large decision at that from Wildcard to completely rotate. They cleared out AVG, that side of the map. That's what they did last time. But for whatever reason, they then made the call. You know what, let's rotate over towards Bedroom. Now, I don't know if that's because they thought there were more players off site than maybe there were, as Elevate rotated back, or if it was just a precarious road forward and they didn't feel comfortable clearing out Stat Trophy from that southern side. Either way, that spanner in the works didn't really work at all. Elevate able to shut that down on the entry, looking quite sharp. And unfortunately, no one from Wildcard really being able to step up there on that push and finding the kills necessary in response.
10 seconds to insertion.
I'm bringing it back, but this is kind of where I mentioned it before, especially during that little technical break where how many times have we seen that 4-4 scoreline and then just the team decides, well, not decides, but is able to then just sort of pull away and get a couple of rounds in a row, and especially at that 4-4, because it doesn't take much, right? You win one round, okay, 5-4. Then 6-4 is suddenly not only match point, but 1 point secured, OT minimum. A lot of mental pressure then on that team that's down 6-4 to then bring it back. So an opportunity presents itself for Elevate. They already won AVG to start this second half. If they can do it once again here in the 10th round, then obviously that sets them up. That's at least 1 point secured. They'd be off the donut in terms of the overall standings. OT minimum secured, and Wildcard certainly under the pump.
Big round for both teams. Onigiri. Can you open up proceedings again? Could punch the window, line of sight over towards Study Balcony. Instead, just shoot straight through. Shots land onto OJ, not enough to find the kill, but no doubt going to be a point of pressure that Wildcard need to monitor as they go for this control. Pat has the diffuser in hand. He's repelling currently on that Study Balcony. That hard breach on the Habana, those ex-Kairos, going to be quite critical in opening up lines of sight. We've seen that be a trend so far today and exposing that Aviator bomb site. So we'll have to see how much damage he can do.
I think one of the downsides I've noticed of Wildcard today is just their ability to lose health too easily. I've seen it happen to Milo 2 or 3 times. OJ now, where just nothing really else is going back the other way, and now you're kind of just at half health or below for the rest of the round. It's happened again here. Milo losing that confrontation. Yeah, he obviously hasn't gone down and died, but it's still not ideal. But that both OJ and Milo essentially will go down very quickly in a gunfight. Does go back to Onigiri though. Yeah.
Should have traded that DCH as he transitions across. 2 players from Wildcard staring down that angle, neither able to find the kill. Milo as well needs to be careful behind Mark as well, applying pressure. If he does find a nade pick, but Mark could trade back. There we go. Milo was low on HP, no chance to turn around and maybe find that kill. And now Mark's going to be a point of pressure for Wildcard to deal with.
Still just under a minute remaining. Mark again. A freebie onto Vincia. Here's a couple of footsteps outside and cannot get away from Pat. And I think right now for Wildcard, you've got the 3 players alive that have been the most instrumental. OJ, Pat, and Cairo here on Villa. It's been quiet from Vinny and Milo. That's not bad though, because those 2 were the stars last week. So it does show and highlight Wildcard as a team. Core 5, everyone can stand up and step up. Onigiri, oh, that's an easy double lineup onto Cairo and Pat. The game sense from Onigiri, next level. Elevate, go to match point here on Villa.
And in doing so, they have now secured their first point at minimum here in APAC South for 2022. They're off the donut, woo! So they can rejoice at that, but still, they want to get this job done in regulation, get a full 3 points, and really start to make a run for the top 4. It was a good 10th round from them, Mark down below with good pressure, and then Onigiri, he was lurking the northern side of the map for the entirety of that round, catching 2 attackers off guard, and the curse of the staircase is seemingly continuing here for Wildcard.
It does now mean that Fury is the only team that has not picked up a point here for APAC South. Of course, they play after this against Knights, so they will have an opportunity, as Wildcard have called a tactical timeout. We see the Thorn, though, on Mr. Punch, Guz, and I think we saw it last week between Knights and Renatas, and maybe a couple of other matchups, but both of the times it only lasted 1 round, didn't really have much of an impact with the Razor Blooms. What do you think here of the decision for Mr. Punch here on Villa, Thorn?
I'll give the same thoughts, I think, when you asked me last time, right? The utility is, not to sound too harsh, borderline useless, but you have a really strong loadout. So when you're in a dominant position like this, and Mr. Punch clearly being given the license to kill, it's not the worst of decisions. The util can sometimes make, you know, funnily enough, staircases a little bit more challenging to push, for instance, because you don't want to get caught out by those Razor Blooms. But outside of that, there's plenty of other operators, in my opinion, that would provide better utility. But when you're in this sort of position and in this sort of meta, I mean, you can justify it. I don't think Wildcard will be stressing too much about that, though. They have other issues to worry about. And then number 1 issue at the moment is the scorecard, 6-4.
Yeah.
This has not been a very strong map from them so far. But this site was their salvation on their defense. Maybe on attack it can prove to be a source of momentum as well.
Is it worrying for Wildcard because their attacks really haven't looked all that successful, all that fulfilling? I know, I mean, we've only really seen the 4 rounds and they've won 1 of them, but it is concerning. And the other part that's concerning for me is that we've seen, at least in APAC South, teams win Playday 1 and then really struggle after that. I think it happened to Knights in Stage 3 where they won the first Playday against Wildcard and then, as we know, didn't get 3 points for the rest of the stage. I'm not saying that's going to happen for Wildcard, but have we gone maybe a little early on the Wildcard bandwagon? If they lose this to Elevate, you know, 3 points from the first 3 Playdays, it's not awful, but it's probably not like the train that we thought that had left the wildcard station, as Onigiri opening pick onto OJ, no EE1Ds, and a big detriment for wildcard here in this match point round.
6 kills since the rehost. Onigiri well and truly switched on, and that has probably been one of their strengths in this game so far. The early phases of these rounds, often finding kills, not being traded out. The damage as well, most of the time in favor of Elevate, so that has the fallen effect of late round, meaning that they're stronger and more difficult to take down. Wildcard, unfortunately, on the receiving end of that at the moment. Somebody right now needs to really step up, be a strong force here on this push. 2 minutes remaining in the round, and Wildcard look to take from Dining across. Pat as well at the hard breach. He'll probably situate himself near Laundry and open up that line of sight later in towards the round. Not all but lost here for Wildcard, but it is a very, very difficult start to come back from.
We've seen them already in a couple of rounds be able to get back in and find a couple of round wins. Wasn't too long ago, of course, OJ, that big clutch, and we've seen Cairo have some massive plays too. It's all time as well here for Wildcard. No need to panic, no need to make brash decisions. Have not quite been able to really hit the mark here on the attacking side of Villa. Cairo has the Ash license and well and truly earned here on Villa so far.
Wildcard, where can they apply pressure at the moment? It doesn't look like top floor is really going to be on the agenda. A 2-2 split. Milo and Cairo, they're the 2 to be watching out for. They'll be looking to try and make a push over towards Sheets, maybe Kitchen as well. Double pincer down on some of these positions. Sapper, he's a little bit out of position at the moment. Could be caught off guard. Again, Wildcard wanting to find a pick back for the 4v4. Milo as well, looming over towards China as Cairo actually rotates down below, so they'll link up. Still though, no pick in response. This is going to be really tough unless Cairo finds this play.
Shotgun in hand as well, but Cairo is able to predict that. Nice swing. Suddenly pantry control established now for Wildcard. They did lose Moloska elsewhere, but honestly don't need him right now. If they can win the fight against Mr. Punch, they can get the site, and they do just that. Vinny and Cairo combining. DCH drops down into Laundry. And Sapper does get one back, at least onto Cairo. Vinny takes a big chunk of damage, but he wins the fight against Sapper. DCH won now in a 1 versus 1 to win the game for Elevate.
Oh.
It gets Vincent, gets the down. That's the GGs in chat. They've won it. They've done it. Elevate with all 3 points as DCH lets out the frustration. Well and truly, Elevate back here in APAC South.
They elevate themselves in the standings. They needed that result. And you can see, probably for the first time in this stage, some smiles from the most wholesome team in APAC. And that's what we love to see. It was a good performance from Elevate. It was a good start. Got a little bit difficult for them in the mid-game, but they closed it out in a professional fashion. And that's what they needed, a big game like this to roll some sort of momentum into the stage.
Well, what did I say, guys? At 4-4, we had that little technical break. I kind of said it, and in the way, maybe either jinxed it if you're a Wildcard fan or the blessing if you're an Elevate fan. It ended up happening. A quick 3 rounds in a row on the defense. Elevate, in some ways, doing to Wildcard what the Direwolves did to them last week. All 3 points secured. That's now top 4. Not secured or anything, but at least now marginally back in the hopeful books for them. And it ended up being kind of like a double pointer in a way, because Wildcard were looking to go to 6 points. You've stopped that from happening, so that's at least one team you've been able to sort of peg back a little bit, get yourself 3 points, get yourself going again, and it sets up a tantalizing match for Elevate next week against the Knights. Knights not exactly a book in for that top 4 spot, so Elevate could kind of just leapfrog some positions.
Well, I guess questions now have to really be raised about Wildcard if they're a shoo-in for top 4. I thought the first couple of weeks, the Knights' victory, the close loss against IG, things were looking really good for them, but this is a loss I think that's going to really hurt. It's probably going to sting more than the Invictus loss, seemingly, because I don't believe Elevate were at the same level, and they probably weren't expecting them to be as strong as they were today. So I think there's going to be a lot of deep thinking behind the scenes for Wildcard to try and recuperate from that one.
Back over to the desk with the young, bold, and the beautiful.
Well, this is awkward. Which one's which, guys? Which one's which?
I'm not the young one, so...
You know what? Enjoy the desk by yourself. I'll let you go. No, I won't go anywhere. Let's talk this matchup, because once again, OJ and Cairo have shown their worth for Wildcard Raven, but it hasn't clicked today.
Yeah, no, look, they were tracking quite well until those last 3 rounds, and then Elevate really just kind of got on top of them. But overall, like you said, Cairo, OJ, putting in some really big numbers. Cairo had in particular, very big first half. OJ also obviously with a really great clutch in that game as well. But at the end of the day, look, I think props to Elevate. They really figured out what was the exploit that they could do against Wildcard, the weakness, so to speak, and they did a really good job to be able to bring out that match victory.
Is it the curse gone for Elevate here, Dev? Have they shrugged it off yet? Unmute, Dev.
That was very close to being a 6-5 for Wildcard, with the very first round ending in a 1v1, almost the ace from Cairo, and then in the final round, again a 1v1, which DCH managed to win. So 2 kills different, and Wildcard would still be leading with match point. They would have had a point on the scoreboard as well with the standings. So I think it's a bit early to say Elevate's back. I just think they played into Wildcard really well. It was a kind of classic clash of the 2 playstyles that we know these 2 teams for.
Well, it's time to hear from Onigiri himself, so I'll speak to you 2 boys in a second. Let's welcome in one of the best in the region, Onigiri. Great to see you again.
Hello.
It's been 2 Playdays without your smiling face. It's been a little bit sad not seeing you, mate, but I want to say, first off, congratulations on your victory against Wildcard. And how are things feeling as the team kind of comes together now?
Yeah, as you can see from the first 2 Playday that we're struggling with the team chemistry, and I have to say sorry to every Elevate fans that we let you guys down and we keep losing. My excuses is after the SI, we made a 2 lots of change, and we don't have enough time to sync the chemistry between the teammate, and we try very hard every day and to sing the chemistry, and I think we kind of getting there that we will come back, I guess.
Look, I do have to ask you about those roster changes. You know, Mark, Mr. Punch, names that we on the desk and most of the viewers wouldn't be familiar with. How did you find the two players and kind of come to this decision?
So first of all is Mark and Mr. Punch is from Sharper Esports. They are a team that like top 3 in our Thai league, and they are very sharp gunner. And so we decided to try new things and make some change, but we didn't calculate the time that we didn't have enough time to prepare things, and the result came out not so good.
Well, once again, you've kind of stood on the shoulders of giants on Agiri. You've performed well against Wildcard here. I do have to ask you, what were your thoughts about Renatus and Direwolves? Obviously, you know, your rosters as they were, you're still getting used to it, but Direwolves for much haven't changed. You know, they've only had one roster change. Did you come into this year doing any extra research for these teams?
To be honest, we underestimate the Direwolf. That's the truth from us, and I have to say that they are a pretty strong team. Like, they're stronger than last year. I can feel that they put so much effort in their team and their strats and things. I think they're going to doing very good. And Renatus, as you know, they are the ex-Pro League team, team script, yeah. So. We didn't prepare enough because we don't see much how they play, and we don't have any info about them. So I think we will come back stronger on other Playday or maybe stage 2 if we can sync our chemistry and make more strats.
Beautiful. Well, we'll leave it there. On Agiri, final words before we let you go.
Okay, so sorry to every Elevate fans that we lost for the first 2 Playday. We try not to show the situation that we got a man advantage. So yeah, thank you for not losing hope in us, and we will try our best to come back as strong as possible.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for joining us on Agiri, and we will see you next time. There we go. We're back and we're ready to go. Dev and Raven. Maybe I'll give this to you, Raven. Sounds like there were definitely some teething issues with this roster.
Yeah, and look, that's to be expected. Even when you change just one player, sometimes it can kind of change your whole system. Sometimes it also means a changing of roles. So many things that could affect it. So, look, I think it's going to take some time. But again, I think I said it in the pre-show as well. Elevate roster have some skills definitely under their belt. Mark and Mr. Punch have been having a pretty good debut. Onigiri, as we know, is absolutely insane. So I think just once they get through that synergy kind of grind, the roster's going to kind of find their feet and probably be quite strong again.
And that's it. It will be a menacing roster, won't it, Dev? I mean, we look probably more so. I mean, we're not even writing them off yet in stage 1, but I guess we'll have to wait and see where that kind of goes. What storyline Elevate will be writing for themselves, because it is only Playday 3, and it's only the first matchup. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, APAC South continues.
Seconds remaining. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser active.
Welcome back to APAC South. Knights take on Fury. This matchup in particular, very big question marks, very big unknown entities coming into today. The XQ confirmed picked up by Fury, but it's Knights that we'll look at first. It's Knights that we'll talk about first here, Dev, because they really kickstarted 2021 with a fantastic start, and it slowly but surely kind of dwindled away into what it is now.
Yeah, look, Knights in 2021 really achieved some amazing heights. Come stage 2, 6 months ago, they were the best team in APAC South. They punched their ticket direct to the Mexico Major. Then something went very, very wrong. They couldn't go to Mexico. They dropped off in stage 3, and since then have made 2 changes. They are a shell of their former selves, but we know they have all of the components they need to rise to the top once again.
That's it, really. It's just about Knights turning into that inevitable championship team and doing it as big as they did at the start of 2021. A team that really kind of, I think I would say kind of treaded water, Raven, as we turn our attention to the Fury lineup. I do think that they had obviously had their own kind of issues of 21, but they were the most consistent, inconsistent team. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, look, I actually think that is a fair statement to wrap up the Q-Confirm roster of last year. You know, like they had some really big games and they had some really bad games, to be quite frank. It did kind of place them in that mid-table. We've mentioned it a lot in the first couple of Playdays. Literally 1 regular victory away, so 3 points away from finishing second for the entire year. But it just really sums up what their performances were like. They struggled, and that's flowed through to stage 1 here. They really haven't found their rhythm. In fact, this is starting to look like the worst stage, at least I feel like I've seen this roster play in the past 12 months.
And of course, don't get it confused. We are definitely talking about Fury and not Knights. But I think you could, if Knights hadn't had the redeeming factors of their game against Renatus, maybe, who knows, that conversation would have continued, Dev, after their performance against Wildcard at the very start. But I mean, I'll let you have the floor here. Would you prefer to talk about Knights or Fury? Never mind, we'll talk about
Fury. Woo! Guess what? I got a great introduction for this team. This is the team that has won so far 3 rounds this season and lost 14. That is Fury. A fresh organization, a fresh face for the only roster returning from 2021 that hasn't made a single player change in their starting lineup. These are the same 5 core players that played last year. And it hasn't worked out so well for them so far. And with a 7-3 loss to IG, a 7-0 loss to Chiefs, they really need to be gunning for not only rounds, but actual points on the scoreboard here against Knights.
Well, that's really the big question. Are we going to see Fury with any points at the end of today? Or are they going to be on the donut, Raven? I feel like they are keeping to this donut. They will be the only team on 0 points by the end of today.
Yeah, like I think it's hard not to feel that, because not only did they have quite the dip in form from Playday 1 to Playday 2, they didn't net around it all on Playday 2, and it didn't feel like they were going to be quite to be quite honest. So look, I don't want to write them off from the start here. Knights have certainly had a bit of a hit and miss Playday 1, Playday 2 situation as well. I still feel like Knights are going to probably come away with the victory, but again, we've seen this roster in the past pull out some really, really big victories, so tonight might be the night.
Yes, absolutely. It could certainly be for Fury. They absolutely need points on the board. It's like we were saying, Raven. To sit there at the very bottom of the standings, not a single point on the board. I believe they're the only team to be thus. It's rough for them. That said, Knights haven't been perfect. There is a chance here for Fury. For Knights, though, we think that there's probably, I think, a high skill cap for this team. We've seen it in the past. But we're a bit untested with this lineup. I'm interested to hear your take. We've got Stiggs coming in from Fnatic. We've got Quiz coming in from the old Fury roster, funnily enough. He's now playing against his former organization. What do we really think of these two new players and what they can bring to Knights?
Look, I think Quiz is definitely still an unknown, but look, I heard some really great things about him locally. Similar story to Cairo that we talked about with Wildcard, right? Where he really has only participated at the lower tier level in Oceanic region. But here he is already up into the upper tiers in APAC. So look, he's had a decent start so far. Stiggs though, look, I think he's just as sharp as we all remember him to be. I think for Knights, it's just another story of them needing to kind of mold their system to work for them in this current iteration.
Yeah, and that's Knights for you, sitting in a position that they probably didn't expect themselves to be, struggling so much. Fury, on the other hand, this is a team that's been so consistently mediocre in APAC South, right? Like 5th place, 3 stages in a row. Coming into this year, looks like they might break that trend, but unfortunately probably in the wrong direction.
Yeah, no, it's not trending in the right direction, is it? But it does, I don't know, it's one of those things where I guess I'm still on the fence about, is this just a matter of there are some serious things with this roster that isn't clicking that we can't really figure out from our side? Do they need to do a roster change? Because we highlighted already, they are a team that hasn't really done a whole lot with their roster between years, and they are the team that seems to be struggling the most. But at the same time, it could be just something small. Sometimes it is just a little thing that you just need to get past as a team, and suddenly it's like a snowball effect where things just start clicking and you start to post some better results and you post some better plays as a team, and all of a sudden the results are there in general. It's always hard to say from our perspective, but I think regardless, it's pretty obvious that Fury have some big things to work on and they need to make some change pretty quick.
Well, let's go for the map vetoes now and see where we'll be ending up. I really am gunning for something different. No, god damn it, it's Villa again. I was like, come on, give me a theme, give me a border, give me skyscraper, just something. But hey, I mean, Villa's a great map. We've already seen it once today. What can we say for Knights and Fury on this map? If I'm not wrong, this is actually where Knights got stomped on Playday 1 against Wildcard.
That is definitely correct. It was a 2-7 loss to Wildcard, so it was not close. Stomp is definitely a good word for that. And look, honestly, in recent history, it hasn't been that great for Knights. They had a 4-7 loss to Bliss in the Oceanic Nationals finals on Villa. They had another loss at a local level, or in a local tournament that was 2-7 on Villa. It was actually against Elevate, funnily enough. So, you know, a lot of those recent results haven't fared too well. Going back to October is the last victory I see from Knights on this map. But, of course, their roster has changed. It's a new year. It's a new meta. It can be hard to say how these maps kind of stack up in Stage 1 this year.
I've dug up some stats from Fury back when they were Q-Confirm on this map, and they've played it not that much at a regional level, just a couple of times in Nationals. A lot of really close results. An 8-6 win over a team called Champion in the Thailand Operation League. Another 8-7 win over Elevate, believe it or not, in another non-regional tournament back in November. But I guess we know that Q-Confirm, or rather Fury now, have some experience on this map. Is it enough to stack up to Knights? Hard to say, because like you said, the results of Knights have, as of late on this map, haven't been too stellar.
No, they haven't. And look, Villa is one of those maps where it will kind of highlight if you have some synergy-based issues or like your team isn't quite gelling. It does require a bit of coordination. Obviously, there are a lot of flank points, for example. If you're trying to attack, you have to be pretty on point with your drone placements, pretty on point with actually people manning the drones. That's another thing that's quite challenging, right? It's one thing to have the drones in the right spot, but if all players are live and no one's watching them, you're going to get flanked. That can happen quite frequently on Villa. Just in general, it does require some pretty decent coordination. So yeah, if your team's not really clicking or on point, it will get exposed.
Now we know we're jumping into Villa. Let's start breaking down a little bit more Knights, because we've already seen them play this map once, and we can dive into their roles and how that's been changing a little bit. So bringing on Stiggs, it seems like he might actually be playing a bit more of a supportive role than at least I initially expected, taking maybe some of that away from Juicy or sharing that load with him. And of course, knowing that Dino has left the roster, and he was not only helpful in the support occasionally, but also as a voice of the team, I wonder what Stiggs' value really coming from a team like Fnatic, so prestigious yet not really achieving a lot during his tenure there. Is this a good move for Knights? Is this a valuable pickup?
I actually think long term it's a really good call. I think Juicy, we've spoken about it locally a lot. You know, I feel like Juicy, I wouldn't say he's wasted on a hard support role, but he's pretty sharp. Like, he's pulled out some really big plays already in the last couple of play days. So I think Juicy getting more into a little bit more of like a flex role is really good for Knights. On top of that, Stiggs has always had a history as quite a vocal player, certainly has a strong opinion on how he feels Siege should be played. And that's great. Like, you definitely want that person to be maybe your hard support or like a secondary IGL or whatever you want to call it. So I think transitioning him into that role after the experience he's been able to get on Fnatic and just in general the experience he has, I think it builds a really good backbone for Knights. And then if you think about who you've got left, Josh, super sharp, always, you know, nets really well on cost stats and even just KD stats. Same with Sage. Man, has some absolute insane games sometimes.
Sage is nuts. I will simp out Sage any day of the week. Like, he is actually nuts.
Yeah, he is. It's very sharp. And like, I think once everything clicks for Knights, like, I feel like the roles they have now, just based on appearance, seem good to me. And I just think it's about getting that time under their belt. And I feel like I've said it a whole bunch in this pre-show, but really it's about just grinding through into that natural synergy as a team.
The dark horse for me is Quiz, the only player that we didn't really touch on when we listed out all the Knights guys. He's the most rookie player, maybe even in the league as a whole at the moment, because he's actually never even played at a national level, right? Like, because they qualified, the old Fury roster qualified for OCN at the end of 2021 from playing Oceanic Challenger League, and he was on that roster immediately before playing a single nationals level game. He's here at a regional level playing for the Knights, and I think Quiz has always had a reputation as a really sharp player. We haven't necessarily seen that as much as of yet, though.
No, definitely not. But again, only 2 play days. Look, maybe he's starting to feel the pressure, or has felt the pressure a little bit more, and hasn't been able to kind of comfortably get out of his shell as a player. But I think he's been able to hold his weight in general. You know, like looking at the stats from the first couple of play days aggregated, he's not that great in terms of rating, 0.72, but it's also not at the bottom. You know, there's nothing that I'm looking at and being like, oh, that's a red flag, feels like he's not fitting. I think he's just holding his own for a little bit. Might be just a matter of time until he starts to kind of excel.
It's going to be a proving ground for Quiz, but a proving ground for both of these teams who are chasing greener shores. And to take us through the game, it is Xenox and Guz. Take it away, guys.
It's another game of crossroads, Gus, isn't it? Do or die. Fury, the only team that have not picked up any points so far here in APAC South. For the Knights, as we know, struggled a little bit to start the season off, but rebounded against Renatus last week in Playday 2. Do they continue that little renaissance for the Knights, or can Fury find their first points? It's big for both teams. If Fury don't find points, their chances are top 4. I mean, I'm happy to then put a line through them.
Oh, big call there from Xenox. I think for me, this is a huge game for Fury. They've been absent so far at this stage, a little bit like Rob in the pre-show, much like their Thai counterparts, looking to find their first points of the stage. Very much looking forward to this game. It's not going to be, in my opinion, the greatest game of Siege of the night, but it could well be the most competitive.
Is it going to be the best Villa game of the night, though?
Oh, the last one was pretty good.
The last one ended up being all right. Of course, for those who missed it, our first game of the night was Elevate and Wildcard. It was a close one. It was 4-4, and then Elevate won the last 3 rounds to take it out and get their first points. All 3 points, to be exact, for the stage. As we head back to Villa for the second time in a row, Flores gets banned out. This time around, it was Jackal that was banned first, and now it's banned second. I was referencing the last game, of course.
Okay. Thanks for that one. That's quite good, actually. Not really.
Jackal's very strong on Villa, of course. No real surprise to see that get banned out once again.
Yep. We sit and wait for Fury's second ban, first of the defense here on this map. Mute taken off the board. Okay, that's pretty intriguing. Mute quite a jack of all trades operator at the moment, quite powerful. The utility is strong in denying drones and reinforced walls, and the added benefit of having a shotgun to set up site as well.
Yeah, I don't tend to see Mute get really banned out all that often. We'll see Pulse get taken off the board too, which is going to leave a lot more defensive options actually available. Pulse being quite prevalent on Villa. Whenever you basically have any kind of map that really entrusts a lot of defense, that vertical defense, obviously Pulse is going to be a big factor. We saw quite a bit of it actually in our first game as well not too long ago too. So interesting bans coming out this time, whereas I think in our last game there were more conventional bans. These ones less so as we head in. It's Knights on defense first, Fury on the attack.
I need your professional opinion, Jake.
No, you don't.
No, I really do.
Okay, what is it?
So, it's slightly off topic, but it's also on topic, so go with me on this.
Okay.
I'm trying to think about when is the most optimal time to order my dinner for the night. Now, it's saying about 40 to 50 minutes, and I want to time it so that it's ready when the next game begins. How long do you think this game's actually going to go on for? When should I order?
I think you should order it now, because
you think it's going to be a quick one?
I think it's going to be Knights, like 7-2.
Oh, I kind of want to back you in on that, but it's also a bold
Because I'm
call.
seeing Fury already picking into apparently a Blitz Amaru round, so this might be a very quick opening round. And with the Finker as well, this might be a, hate to say it, Blitz attack.
Maybe. Fury looking to come out of the gate strong here, lots of aggression. Their entry on the map has been their weakest point in this stage so far, often struggling to get a foothold in the map and actually applying any pressure on towards the defense. Normally, also from what we've seen so far, they've been on the receiving end of that. And there's probably nothing more frustrating than on the attack in a competitive game of Siege, being unable to even get inside of a map in a meaningful manner. So we'll wait and see as Fury poise for this aggressive take in the first round.
Yeah, and by aggressive, it's aggressive and it is fast and furious. Juicy goes down immediately. They did lose Spacehead though on the Amaru. That didn't quite work, and it looks as if this is not going to be all that great for Fury in the end. In fact, Dark just gets sat down as well. Mopey on the Blitz didn't really get anything done, and now only Lycolis remains, although obviously with the Adrenal Surge gets Mopey back up, low on health, and now dead, and that is a very quick round. As I said, guys, order that food.
I must say, the first round not instilling me in too much confidence, but I don't want to order that food just yet, because if it arrives outside, I won't be able to grab it, and it will get cold. So I'm just going to hold that for a second. That was a rush round, bit of a 50-50. Knight's doing a great job in shutting it down. Did it look like the Amaru through 90 had much of an impact, shut down from bar? The Blitz did a bit of damage over towards top brown, but then the conversion in towards site not working out there. The Knights poised, ready, communicating that push really, really well. They didn't let the frenzy of the push overwhelm them. And I think that's a pretty good start.
Don't know if it was touched on, but of course, as I said, Mopey's name coming in tonight for Producer Boom. Can't help but think that that is just a one-off. Producer Boom is
it though?
Well, Producer Boom's a really solid player for Fury, so I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. We know that Mopey's a sub, but other than that, not much else to really go off of for tonight and why he is included. So we'll just stay cautious on that one. But I kind of wanted to bring it up because Fury is obviously the only team, guys, this entire stage that technically didn't make any changes for their roster.
Yep.
And yet now, 1 week gone, and the sub comes in. So maybe there might be something to that.
And the analogy, I've probably used it before, but I'll say it again. It's almost, I don't think Fury have taken a step backwards from last year, but they certainly haven't taken a step forward like a lot of other teams have, where they've innovated and improved upon their play style, and it's better suiting the meta, etc. Fury have got themselves stuck in quicksand a little bit. Last year for them was very much up and down, and at the end of it, it averaged out to a middle of the pack sort of finish. It wasn't inspiring us, and I don't think it would have been inspiring them themselves with much confidence that this year was going to be a breakout year for them, and they played super, super well. And the first couple of Playdays have shown us that it kind of has followed that trend. Now, it's not to say, I'm not trying to absolutely ravage Fury here and say they're no chance, but we need to start seeing at least some promising signs that they're on the horizon of improvement. And they're a long, long away from that at the moment.
And the other part to take into it, 7-3 loss to IG, 7-0 loss to the Chiefs. You know, those are very damning stat lines. 3 rounds is all they've actually won coming into the third Playdate. So it's something that they need to work on, is just getting rounds on the board, being competitive in these games. We know Fury in the past, back when they were Q-confirm, you know, they made playoffs in stage 2. So they're a good team, good players. It's just about putting it all together.
Ex-Kairos expended by Lycolis, none left. Really good impact from Stigs. Uses 2 impacts and almost completely has now stifled this attack. Was still very electrified. Hard breach off the board. How did Fury come back from this round? I think at this point their only win condition is a full rotation, which they'll commit to now. But over half the rounds expended, Knights, knowing there's a rotation taking place pretty soon, will be able to adjust their defense accordingly. And already off the bat, this should be a Knights round win quite easily.
And still 3 gas babes as well for Juicy to deny time elsewhere and really block some of the passageways onto site. Only 1 minute left. Hajime over towards Master Bathroom. Knights well and truly in position to win this second round, get off to a great start here on Villa. It's going to be the first gas babe used by Juicy. Over towards Astro. Sage has such an... he's absolutely no way that anyone knows that he's there. Spacehead opens up the account, swings into Sheet. We'll get the easy kill, though, onto Spacehead. 4 versus 4, 35 seconds left.
They just need to push through. This defense, it's going to be so tough. Sticks holding down the line, finds 1, makes it 2. Hajime and Dark fall like dominoes, and now like Colas and Mopey to try and bring this round back. Not unwinnable. It could still be salvaged. There's 1. There's a second. Now Sage reconvenes over towards landing. 50 HP on the board.
Can play for time. Can play for time
on the ground.
Here. There's not much time. Like Colas is low. Mopey has taken a bit of damage too. Oh, does he swing? Yeah, like Colas just goes for it, and yeah, and it falls back. Really well played from Sage. The game sense to just fall back, and knowing time is on his side, that it's Fury that need to hunt him down. So don't play into that. Fall back over towards 90. Really well played. Yes, maybe a bit of a sloppy finish to the round, Guz, because I thought when Steegs got the double in Astro, that was probably the round. Well, credit to Mopey, got 1 back and 1 elsewhere. Fury could have almost snatched that, but they didn't.
They did a good job to fight it in the mid-round, and I'm sure most people watching are going to be getting into them and attacking them for how they performed in the 2v1. Yes, admittedly, that was not played very well, but it was the start of the round that was so disappointing. The hard breach there was just not the play from Fury. They expended the Ex-Kairos like it was going out of fashion. They had no hard breach backup. Props to, I believe it was Stigs, if I remember correctly, with the perfect impacts to deny them. But from that point onwards, of course, Fury, they were forced to rotate, and then they had the complications of Sage lurking down below. It all just compounded. And again, to the mid-round, particularly over towards Astro, they did a great job to find some really critical kills. But it was such a time-sensitive round, and I'm sure they were frazzled from the way it started out, that it always meant they were on the back foot, and it was a very challenging round for them to win. If they can tidy that up going forward, as we see the ace brought into play, maybe that will edge them out a little bit here in the third round. It is the tertiary site, and Knights looking to lock out that 3 straight.
Gotta remember, it was only a week ago that Knights played on Villa against Wildcard, and well, they got pretty much reamed, right? It was a 7-2 scoreline. Only found 1 round in the attacking half, 1 round in the defensive half. Couldn't get anything to go. I mean, it was a disaster. Wildcard were great, but the Knights just really couldn't get anything. This is a much better looking Knights lineup. Stigs off to a good start, found a couple of kills at Astro. Juicy on the Thorn, as we're starting to see Thorn get picked ever so slightly more. He's still only Playday 3, but it is popping up every now and then, as you've mentioned multiple times. Very solid gun. I still don't think we've seen the Razor Bloom really have that much of an impact, but we'll see if the Knights can make something of it here for Kitchen Dining.
Josh, what can he do? Might be able to find a couple of Jones. Only 6 remaining for Fury. So again, the early round not quite going their way. Josh holds down the line. Dark just walks straight into that angle and taken low. A good trade for Josh, who now aggresses. Trying to find the opening pick, now caught off guard, but he still wins the fight. The swing from Dark for the trade hits the mark though, 4v4.
Yeah, and it might just slow down off the back of that too, which I don't know really who does that benefit. Quiz over towards landing. Still has red stairs control here for the Knights. You lose the Sophia, you lose the Kaid. I think that's fair both ways. It's not really going to have that much of an impact. Getting closer to that 1 minute mark though, and this is where again Fury could find themselves, just as they did in the last round, almost out of time towards the late round. And while they've been okay in the mid round, the late round execution needs to be done quicker.
Like Colas drops Stiggs, good find for him. 50 seconds in the round, Sage still lurking. Had a big impact in the last round offside as like Colas doubles down. Quiz to find one back, like Colas with a good angle. A good point of entry, but immediately shut down. The swing from Sage, opening up the round once again for the Knights. It started to look good again in the mid-round for Fury, but Sage will punish them. Spacehead taken down. The Knights for 3 straight.
Yeah, look, how many times have we said it in the past in a joking matter? Sage is switched on. Sage is on. 7 and zip to start in the first 3 rounds here. And I think it was something that I brought up last week when they beat Renatus. When Sage and Josh are playing well, Knights play well. Knights get results when they play well. Now, it's not ideal that you are not, I don't want to say putting pressure on them to be the ones to stand up and to be performing. It's just the reality of it. You know, you want your fraggers, you want your best players to be performing. And when they do, when Sage and Josh are fragging, Knights are still scary. And to think, you know, you get a result here against Fury, that's 6 points, that puts you in a good position to keep fighting for a top 4 place, sets up, as I said before, that tantalizing match next week against, oh, actually, no, not even next week, this Saturday, against Elevate. That could be almost the decider. So, great start for the Knights. Concerning for Fury, though.
I'm really liking this storyline, to be honest, around Sage, because last year I think he showed that he's a really good player, and at his best, I would put him in that sort of top 5 of the region. And Dev had an interview with him last year. His head is well and truly screwed on right, and he has a really good read on the game, really good discipline outside of it as well. And big expectations come along with that. And heading into this play day, he's been middle of the pack, only a 1.02 rating, but much like the rest of the team, that's probably what you would expect from their performances. So to see him stepping up in this matchup, and that last round in particular, huge plays from him over towards Dining, I guess backing up the fact that he is so dangerous, and maybe just taking a little bit to fire up here in the stage, which again correlates with the Knights, maybe just taking a little while to find their stride. Not expecting Fury to be their most difficult opponent by any stretch during this stage, but it's nice for them to just come out of the gate strong. Have a big win here. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. Every team in APAC South is still a worthy opponent. You have to respect them to an extent, and to get a good dominant win here will serve them very, very well.
It is looking like, though, Fury could end up being the punching bag this stage, which would be quite disappointing because we think back to last year, and the beauty of APAC South was from 1 to 8, it was very close, minimal point differences. And yet it's almost shaping up to be just that little bit more top heavy this stage to start off 2022 at the unfortunate expense of Fury, because right now, this is the damning statistic. Through 3 play days, they are 3 round wins for 17 round losses. That is awful percentage-wise. They need to start just finding round wins. Forget about actual game wins. Forget about 3 points. Forget about 1 point. They just got to get themselves into these games. So far, they've lost like 12 or so rounds in a row. I mean, this is just not looking good for them.
Yeah. Baby steps for Fury for the remainder of this game, and dare I say it, the stage made the call last week that last is looking very much a possibility for them, if not a certainty. And as time goes by, it just becomes more and more apparent that they are not quite at the level they need to be competitive here in APAC South. And it's so disappointing.
Yeah, that's
so
the
disappointing.
Thing. Yeah.
Because we know at their best that they can take it up. They had such a long-standing rivalry with Elevate, for example, trading blows. And we know that they can be such a strong team, but they have always just failed to take that next step. And as every team has seemingly gone forwards, they have been left stuck in the mud. And unfortunately, that analogy probably reflects some of their attacks, just really struggling to get in towards the map. Knights having free reign here over towards Stat, and Fury not having a response as of yet.
Oh, that's just unfortunate timing for Spacehead. When it rains, it pours, and right now it's pouring all over Fury. Their attack has just been so uneventful. They lose the sledge, and Spacehead, obviously their star player, Quiz. Now, that's a little bit sloppy, yet Lycolas can't punish it. I thought he was dead to rights. Just left that window all to his lonesome. Stiggs does fall. Knights have got a couple of low players. Quiz gets an easy one. That's defused down on top of the bed in Master Bedroom. Minute 40 left into the round. Here in the fourth, easy headshot for Mopey and gets it onto Quiz. And remember, Josh is low on the Thorn. Juicy, full health smoke, has 3 gas babes, needs to get involved on the front line.
This is the respect factor we talked about. I think the Knights may be pushing the envelope a little bit too much in this round. Sure, you've won the first 3 straight, you have great confidence, and you're willing to contest map control, but probably overstepping the line there. Props to Fury, they punished them. They can now reset. 3 drones sent out with minute 20 available, so they have a huge pocket of time to work with here. They can drone outside, make sure no one's lurking on red stairs, for example, or tucked away in a corner. No one's holding 90, and that should give them the confidence and the free will to now push forward. Unfortunately, though, Lycolas did die, so the hard breach once again compromised here for Fury. That means that they'll need to try and push through model, maybe send a player down long as well to create that pincer. But again, time is on their side, so they can make this work. Man advantage as well, clearly on their side as well.
No more adrenal surges available from Hajime. Gas Babe slowly going out from Juicy, knowing time is of the essence, 30 seconds remaining, looking to just try and block off some entryways. Hajime repelling. This better work out, because time is not that much on the side of Fury and has forced a 2v2 for the time being. At least does get studied control. But it seems like Josh has made his way into games. 15 seconds left. They have absolutely been methodical here. Oh, Juicy could swing, and it's so unfortunate that he just didn't really hold the angle. Instead, he walked into the doorway. Fury get the round. They get a much-needed round.
A lot cleaner there from Fury, able to dismantle an overly zealous roam there from the Knights. Some smiles as well. Great to see. Wasn't a bad start necessarily for the Knights. They did get that opening nitro, but then they probably went a little bit too far. A lot of aggression over towards Bedroom. The diffuser obviously dropped, but Fury able to pick that back up. Big amount of time, big chunk of time to drone ahead, and they just got the job done. Lycolas with a late rotation as well to make things even more difficult for the Knights, and they finally get around to the ball.
Yeah, I mean, better, right? And that's really what Fury need to be approaching each round to set out to achieve, to just be that little bit better and a little bit cleaner. Yeah, there's probably some mistakes from Knights, but Fury still have to be there to capitalize, and they did just that. Now it's about being able to take that one round and multiply it, get a couple in a row, get some momentum on your side. It's not impossible to come back from a 0-3 start. It really isn't. We've seen it all too far often. It's just about staying with the Knights here, because the Knights obviously switched on. They had a great start. Sage 7-1. Stiggs is playing well. Quiz is playing well. And you know Josh is going to continue to find frags, and really they don't need to rely on Juicy to get kills, but yet he can do so quite freely. So solid team that has started well, and Fury, if they can respond here, could do so much for their confidence as a team.
Expecting a pretty aggressive roam here from the Knights. We could see silhouettes down below. And the kind of fragging power you would expect to make that work. In response, though, Fury, again, the Nook being dabbled in here by the attack. Can try and sneak forward past any of those default cameras or any drones collected by Josh on the Mozzie. Very strong kit, nades as well, but it's dark to get the first pick. A lot sharper here from Fury.
Yeah. Way better at just being able to be quite clean early on in these rounds. I think you said the first couple of rounds, their mid rounds were good, but now the early game just started to be a bit better. And so it wasn't the fourth round, now in the fifth round too. And getting rid of Josh, nice, great player. He's gone now. Dark having a good game, just quietly 6-3 now. It gives Fury such a significant advantage, especially on stat trophy, where that vert play is so important. They've got full control down below. Sage though still lingering. Does he have an impact? Does he try and push his way through sheets and maybe swing? Actually, he's in basement.
Well, he could go for a pantry fight.
Yeah.
I think there might have been a drone pre-established though, so he needs to be careful. In fact, it's just up ahead. You can see it dark.
Beautiful. Beautiful work, Observer.
Remember that later in the round if the flank does come into fruition. In the meantime, though, Fury need to begin working sight. 2 minutes now down, 60 seconds to go. A nade from below could open up the round. 6 available here for Fury. So something should be found. Util, all players, either or would be great. Now for the hard breach. Lacked last time, but like Colas with the exothermic on the thermite will pop that open straight away, but it gets impact tricked. You can hear it in the background. Good response there from the Knights. Again, delaying more time. It's becoming a big point in this round. The time alone is going to cost Fury if they don't speed things up.
Oh, they're struggling a little bit here as well, and they haven't been able to even have a look in towards Astro. That's exactly what we saw Lycolis want to do. Then he's had to come back over to the wall. 25 seconds left. This is all Knights to win from here, despite being a player down. It's Juicy who opens it up, gets rid of Dark. Quiz is still worried about impacting the wall, and he's done it again. 15 seconds left. Wall is going to stay up for the rest of this 5th round, and now it's Fury that are just going to funnel in. Quiz should be able to at least get 2 here. Sage is the one that gets 2 in the kill feed. Elsewhere on the map, it's only Hajime left, and Quiz was watching the whole time. Got the job done on the wall. The impacts were flawless. They get the job done on the round. Knights with a 4-1 lead.
The hard breach from Fury in this game has been infuriating. It has been really rough to watch. But the credit has to go where the credit is due. The Knights with their impact tricks have been phenomenal. And despite the efforts, they're the best efforts from Fury to tuck the exothermic in the wall by pre-sledging the reinforcement. Doesn't work out. And that limited their routes in towards the site. It limited the pressure they could place on the likes of Quiz. The Knights able to mop up elsewhere, able to tidy up in response to that early game, which from Fury was amazing. It was so clean. But unfortunately, it did unravel on the Knights now, really establishing some serious dominance in this first half.
Yeah. They got that one round on AVG. You thought maybe Fury could, I don't want to say snowball off of that because it's only the one round, but at least build from that. And while that last round wasn't completely awful for the entirety of it, when it got down to that sort of final minigame, they just capitulated. To the credit though of Quiz, right, with the impacts and being able to deny the exothermic. There's a large part of that really is also down to him being able to get those nades up and over. So Knights right now by far and away the better team, and the scoreboard well and truly reflecting that here too. It's concerning for Fury because you start to wonder, I know this is only the 3rd Playday, but it's a 7 Playday season. Where are their wins going to come from? You look at that leaderboard and I question where wins are going to come from. So points are hard to get for them, and you know, against a Knights team that has been up and down, you know, demolished by Wildcard, beat Renatus, don't know quite what you're going to get. Well, you're getting the very good Knights right now.
Same setup again here up above. Double reinforcement on the triple wall and Josh holding down the line. Almost thought that was the Yana, but obviously a cloak. Dark though to follow up aggressively, and Josh responds with the Nitro. Josh has been such a sleeper in this match. He's been having such an impact though. It hasn't felt like he's been having, you know, lighting up the kill feed, multiple kills each round, but he has been significantly holding back these attacks with these extensions, doing a super good job, and that's a great way to open up the round for the Knights.
Sage up to 8-1 though. Obviously, when you think about kills and that impact, well, he is definitely setting the pace there. Minute 35 remaining here in the final round of the first half, and it is all Knights. Social vote said all Knights. The caster prediction said all Knights. The game, well and truly, is all Knights so far. Things can change though. But down a player now, backs up against the wall for Fury. What have they got to turn this around?
Well, they need to find something. Again, I look up the clock, 60 seconds to go. What has Fury achieved? Bit of control up above and a bit of pressure, but players still isolated outside. Like Colas with the diffuser in hand, probably expecting him to go out towards Laundry. Hajime through the drone hole, that's a Claymore. Very typical spot, and unfortunately for the Knights, it's overlooked. Josh taken down. A delayed trade from Fury, but it keeps them in this round.
Yeah, gives them that sign of hope that maybe they could pinch this round, get it to a 4-2 scoreline, and hope this ends up being a defender-sided Villa. Gives hope for the second half. Spacehead gets through to Stiggs. Ping. Quiz follows up. He's been so good. Goes back down. Hajime falls elsewhere. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Sage into Sheets. And Quiz over towards China Room. 20 seconds remaining in this round. Wall still up and still electrified. So Sage is very much protected on site. Both full health, nades in hand for Quiz, and like Golis and Spacehead, already the information well and truly known to the Knights. It's a 5-1 half. Again, the mid game, not that bad from Fury. It's the late round execution that continues to let them down. A very solid half though from the Knights.
Not too much to fault the Knights on there in the first half. A bit of a blip on the radar as they drop around, but outside of that, looking cool, calm, and collected. The most cohesive we have seen this revitalized roster so far in the stage. Confident all around there on those defensive efforts. Now we switch roles. Knights over across to the attack. AVG, they'll set their sights on that for the first round. Fury need to muster up a response. We said before that it's been a disappointing start for them, and maybe the goal of winning games is not a realistic prospect at the moment. It's more so about nailing down rounds and taking a round by round approach. Honestly, it serves teams well. And if you want to mount a comeback in this particular matchup and
well, is that where really the team should be? Because they're the only team that came into the stage with no roster changes. They made a playoff appearance in Stage 2 last year. They're clearly a team that has experience and has played together into a stage where you've got every other team making a minimum of 2 changes. I don't know if this is where they really should be on their timeline, and I don't think this is where they expect it to be.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think they would say the same. And if this trend continues, it's not going to be long until we see roster changes. Either that or I don't even know. Things get very dark. I think there needs to be changes at some point across the line. If this continues, this might just be a very rough start to the stage. I don't want to write them off because we know that they can play well, but
it would be a very, very rough stage. I don't know. Spacehead almost gets just eliminated by Styx that easily. I mean, and even Spacehead, who obviously is the clear standout star playing for Fury, hasn't got going at all this stage. I know they're missing Producer Boom in this particular game, but I mean they got 7-0 with him anyway last week. And obviously IG kind of tore them apart 7-3 and Playday won. There are issues. There are issues right now for Fury. It's just a matter of can they as a team overcome those issues and come through on the other side for the better. Juicy just literally waltzes on through Astro, clean headshot onto Spacehead. Ajime just has to fall back and watch as Moby falls over at landing and goes for the swing. Can't even land that. Oh, never mind. Actually did find the elimination onto Josh, but was traded immediately by Juicy. This round is over. I think this game alongside it is over. It's 6-1 coming up very shortly.
Knights with the chokehold. Squeeze a little bit harder and I think Fury might pop. Tough to see them coming back, as you mentioned, from this round or the match as a whole, maybe even the stage. Never feels right to rule out a team this early, but look at that. The Knights too sharp. Fury silenced in the first 3 play days here of APAC South 22. No roster changes, and doesn't look like there's much hope for them either. Dark, though, tries to mount something sharp. 1v4, the nade drops, but he survives.
Wow.
Juicy, though, to recollect that pick, and Knights on match point.
Love the synergy there from the Knights. Nate goes through. Juicy knows he's forced up the top of Brown stairs and just watches and waits. Match point. And what has been a dismal performance from Fury. Knights have been great. You've got to give them the plaudits. There's been little moments from Fury, but for the most part, Knights by far and away have been the better team. It's not being close, as the scoreboard does suggest. 6-1 match point. If Knights make this a 7-1 result, guys, it'll be 4 rounds won to 21 rounds lost in their first 25 rounds of the season.
Jeez. It's pretty grim.
It's very grim. I think it's the most grim we've seen a team in APAC South. I might
be a good
take
start.
a quick little wander. Back in Stage 1 last year, it was a -14 round differential for Wildcard. They picked up 6 points. Stage 2, the bottom team had 8 points, which was Order -6, so they were still at least competitive. And Stage 3 was -3, Knights with 7 points. And I don't think this Fury roster is getting anywhere near those kind of point tallies or round differential numbers. This could very well be, historically, our worst team ever in APAC South if they can't turn it around in the second half of this stage.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Jeez. It's really, really tough at this point to see that come into fruition. They're lagging behind the competition quite significantly at the moment. And top 4 make it to the APAC playoffs to face off against the top 4 from APAC North. All those teams battling it out for a spot at the upcoming major. That's a discussion that Fury may not find themselves in, unfortunately. If they do end up losing this game in regulation, no points, 3 play days. You do the math, that leaves 4 play days, and they'll basically need to go flawless from that point onwards, considering how tight the mid-table is. So something is going to have to kick into gear as well. This is Fury not with their full roster. There was maybe an inkling that that could change things for the better, but it seems like it's honestly same. So that would suggest that the fundamentals for Fury, that the core roster, just not quite up to scratch at the moment. And is that a meta issue? Is that a current map pool issue? Not sure. Is it a continuation from last year? It could be any of those things, but it'll be up to Fury to do some soul searching over the next few weeks to try and nut out those issues really, really quickly, because they don't have a large window of opportunity to bounce back.
Trying to find some sort of solace of hope, but Dark's been pretty decent. 7 and 6. It's not... You're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel and trying to find any semblance of good news from Fury out of this. So you'd just be lying to yourself at this point. I mean, there's still time. I mean, the game's not over. Josh though has a ping onto Hajimate. The nade doesn't quite land entirely the way he would like. Dark over towards Red Stairs. It's not impossible to come back from a deficit of 6-1. It's been done before. It's just a matter of how much do you want to keep fighting and to keep plugging away at it. And considering for Fury, it's really all about as many rounds as they can kind of get under their belt and to improve on. You've really got to be treating each round here so importantly.
Nothing to lose at this point. Give it all you've got. See what you can produce. For the Knights, though, it's all about closure. Josh, Red Stairs, bad timing, shut down. Dark with a good entry there for Fury. Sage follows up, though. A delayed trade onto Spacehead. 4v4 as Quiz enters over towards Study. Now, this is on the other side of the map. Stat objective. Hajime close by at Skull, but another quick trade. Sharp from the Knights.
It's still better, though, from Fury. They're finding picks, holding good angles, holding good positions. I mean, a little questionable from Josh. Didn't quite fully clear Red Stairs. He just kind of did a half-hearted attempt at doing that, but still better from Fury. They lose like Colas, though, to Stiggs, and now he's in the master bedroom. Trades flying all around the map. It's only Dark that remains. Does get rid of Stiggs, though. Now in 1 versus 1 to keep this game alive, and it's not possible. Quiz will finish it all off. 7-1 is the final result here. The Knights far too good against Fury. A damning statistic, 7-1, and also now 4 rounds won of 25 rounds played for Fury. 0 points, the only team after 3 play days that will be still on that donut.
Fizzles out a bit in the end there, but the Knights, they get 3 points for their troubles. A good match all around, and a couple of players really kicking into gear. Great to see that this team is meshing together nicely, but ultimately an expected win, and for most teams I think Fury will be an expected win at the moment. Honestly, things are really just looking poor for them at the moment. Really rough to watch. A team that for the entirety of 2021, mid-table, looking really cruisy, ups and downs, but for the most part we're competitive against every team. Same cannot be said at all here throughout 2022 so far. Yes, an opportunity to rebound. Yes, an opportunity to come back. But as weeks go by, that window of opportunity, it becomes slimmer and slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. And even on a round-to-round basis, it's so tricky to see glimmers of hope. So fingers crossed for Fury and for the Fury fans, they can begin to mount a comeback. But I think it's going to be a really long road for them.
They've got Direwolves for their next Playday on Saturday. A tough one for them. Big, though, for the Knights. They should be very happy with that result as we go back over to the desk.
Yeah, it's a bit of a confusing one. Don't really know where to start this conversation, gentlemen, because that's 1 round in 2 games for Fury. And I'm quite concerned. I'm not going to lie, Dev, because it really just spells disaster.
Yeah, it's not a good time to be a Fury fan. Certainly not what they were hoping to deliver to their team when they debuted with this organization. 16 I believe, is the current round win rate for Fury.
Yep.
That is really, really bad. Like, that is really, really bad. There is no way to sugarcoat this. Fury have really, really struggled this season so far. Only winning 4 rounds out of 3 matches. It's look, it's a head in hands moment. And to anyone who goes and says, look, teams shouldn't make roster changes, stay with the same roster, I feel like Fury is the best example against that.
And I think, like if we're to flip the conversation here around from Fury, I think that it's, at the moment, I think Guz and Xenox have really summed that up quite nicely. And then you've kind of put the sugarcoating, well, I guess you've taken the sugarcoating off of the Fury discussion. But Raven, when we turned to the Knights, we had questions about what happened on Playday 1, Wildcard obviously coming out and 7-2ing them. However, since then, it seems like they're on a pretty decent trajectory.
Yeah, look, that was definitely masterful from Knights in general. Fury had their moments. There was a couple of really big clutch rounds there that the Knights had to kind of salvage a little bit. But at the end of the day, look, very clinical from them. Sage as well, got to highlight it, 11-3 in total. He was 10-1 until like the last couple of rounds. It was actually insane. But overall, the Knights roster does feel like it's clicking a lot better. I think in the trades department in particular, felt like that was quite clean for Knights throughout a lot of this match.
And really, for me, Dev, it does beg the question, have Knights been fortunate with their timing? Renatus last Playday, Fury this Playday. Do you think that this is kind of helping them gain a bit of momentum back into this?
Absolutely. If you're Knights right now, you want to be taking those easy games early in the season so that you can warm up. And I think we've seen, I mean, there's no game that's easy in Apex. Actually, I take that back. Fury was pretty easy. I mean, let's see if that's what they say as well, because it certainly looked like it.
Yeah, look, I don't really know what else to say about that. So how about we bring someone in that might have a little bit more to say about the game? It's Stigs. For the first time in a long time, Stigs, I think the last time I spoke to you would have been when you were on Acme all the way back in the day. It's been a hot minute.
A while ago.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Look, before we get underway with the conversation here, I've got to ask you, how have you been and what's it been like with the Fnatic roster before you've moved across? Have you come back with a kind of fountain of knowledge?
Yeah, I definitely learned so much while I was on Fnatic, and I, cherished the time that I had with them, but the decision that inevitably came about was definitely the right one, and I'm glad to be back with the Knights boys.
Well, that's it for most that, I guess some wouldn't actually know this. Actually, most wouldn't know this. You, of course, departed the Knights roster way back. I think it was the end of 2020, start of 2021. I'm getting my timelines confused here. There you go. So it's been a hot minute since we last saw you in this kind of a realm. Back on APAC South now. I've got to ask you, how is it feeling with the roster? You're saying it's the right move. Is this feeling like this could be that next-gen roster for you and the boys?
Yeah, definitely. I think we have so much potential in this roster, and other than the first Playday, which I think was just a bit of jitters, I think we're pulling together really well, and we're learning so much every single scrim, and we're implementing it into not only our scrims but officials, and I think that showed today. We had a big talk last night about some things, and we implemented them today, and they worked out really well.
Well, I guess a 7-1 performance is more than convincing for anyone that's watching at home. I have to ask you as well, Quiz coming into this. Obviously, you've played with most of the roster. Actually, has it changed? I'd have to go back and have a look. I think it's changed a little bit since you were last on it, but obviously you have like a general idea of the Knights. However, Quiz is coming into this completely unknown for this roster. How has that transition been?
Yeah, Quiz has actually been doing really well. I think, he still has a lot of learning to do, and I think it's really helpful that he has the teammates around him to kind of push him in the right direction and encourage him to keep working as hard as he is. And yeah, he's been doing really great, so I can't wait to see how he develops.
And I just want to give one more final question before we let you go. Obviously, the start wasn't all that great against Wildcard, a 7-2 loss, but things seem to be gaining momentum. Is it more so just the jitters from Playday 1, or do you think really Wildcard came out and kind of handed it in a general respect to you?
Not to discredit Wildcard at all, but I think that the loss was solely on us. I think that it was ours to win, and we, didn't show up. First game jitters, everyone says that, but it truly was. But yeah, it was just an unfortunate loss. We moved on, we bounced back, and yeah.
All right, beautiful. Well, I'll let you have the floor here. Do you have anything to say to anyone watching, friends, family, fans?
Yeah, just thank you all so much for everyone that has not only supported me for so long, but especially the Knights and me being reintroduced. It's been really great, and a lot of support has been around it all. So yeah, I appreciate you all, and thank you all so much, and thank you for the cast.
It's great to have you back, mate, and we look forward to your game against Elevate on Saturday, actually. Jeez.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so there we go. Things are looking pretty good in the Knights camp. I think that we were kind of already leaning into that. The fact that they went 7-1 against Fury. It's a little bit hard here, Dev, to give them more credit than they're due. You know, it's been Renatus, then it's been Fury. They've got Elevate next week, which is still a bit of a wounded beast. What do you make of the Knights roster right now?
Look, they have potential, and that's great for them. They just need the starting block. They need the first step. They need to start getting warmed up. Because this team has been scrimming and practicing for a long time. That's something a lot of people forget, that Knights is one of the first teams to decide we are making roster changes. It was back last year when Dino and Hayward left the roster, and they have been trialing ever since. It was a really rigorous process. They were sure that it was Stigs and Quiz were the right ones, and they had a lot of time to practice, but it's different to go and do scrims as it is to come and get into some real games, especially for a player like Quiz, who hasn't played at this level before. And I think that this warm-up has been great for them. Nice that they've got 2 wins under the belt after a shocking first match against Wildcard. And yeah, Elevate's going to be their toughest game yet, probably. But I think they're up to the task. Like, I would definitely say it's a closer game than if you'd asked me a week ago.
For sure. Well, I guess it's time to keep our eyes on the Knights as we move forward into our third matchup of the night. Don't go anywhere. After the break, Chiefs taking on Renatus.
「なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。 敵は必ず撃つ。
Still in style, kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Even if it's raining, we still entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who cares about the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go. People come and go. Nobody can take away our star and roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style.
Show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine. High above. We go off in the night. We leave in the red lights. Man, let 'em need. You can see right.
On to the second half of the night. Chiefs take on Renatus now, and both teams really 3 points apiece at the moment, a win each, but we're still again asking questions of where Renatus are at. Are they going to be able to back it up? So too the Chiefs. They had a really great performance last week, but after what we've just seen, Guz, do we give Chiefs the credit that's due? I mean, this is a really confusing one for me.
Yeah, obviously Chiefs with a flawless victory in the last Playday, rather, against Fury. So there's still question marks as to the validity of that result. No doubt a strong performance and a valiant effort, but in the grand scheme of things, it's looking increasingly likely that Fury are going to struggle to win a game. So the Chiefs can sort of tuck that one under their arm. Unfortunately for them, in the Playday before that, they narrowly lost to the Dire Wolves 7-5. They couldn't push overtime in that game. That means they're sort of floating around in the midfield at the moment, placing increasing importance on this match for them to be a bit of a breakout so that the top 4 for them starts to look like a bit more of a realistic proposition.
Xenox top 4 surely for Chiefs at this point, but I think the real question probably becomes, where did they place?
I don't think it's a given. I don't think anything's going to be a given for top 4 at this stage. There's quite a lot of teams that I think will be vying for that position. You look at some of them that are, maybe outside of the top 4 right now. Even Renatus, I think, is a very talented team that can get themselves back into the top 4. Well, actually, they're apparently on the edge of it, but Elevate, Wildcard, and Chiefs technically right now are all 5, 6, and 7. So I think for the Chiefs, it's about making sure that they get results where they can, and they did that against Fury. But the 7-0 now, we kind of take a little bit of shine off that because we've just seen Knights replicate it. So we kind of don't know exactly where they're at. And again, I think today's Playday theme is all about questions and answers, and we'll get a few more of those questions and answers from this particular game for both of these two teams. Are Renatus the real deal? Can they continue to show us their relegation form into Playday 1 against Elevate? Is that real, or are they going to fade? And for the Chiefs, with the roster changes, etc., are they going to improve, or are they going to stagnate, and as Guz said, around that midfield?
Geez, Guz, I'll tell you what, he's just done my job there, so I'm going to pose that question to you. Are Renatus what we thought they were on day 1, or are we looking back at that performance against Elevate and going, well, maybe Elevate just weren't on top of things?
Jeez. There's so many questions that arise, I swear, through any stage of APAC South that are almost impossible to answer. It's almost like trying to answer what's the meaning of life to some extent. It's just so early to tell, right? And the inconsistency of these performances from a couple of teams across the first few play days make it hard to justify any argument for or against Renatus finishing in the top 4, at least in my opinion. Again, what I will say is they've come out of the gates relatively strong. They are the newest addition to this league, and with that comes the pressure of being able to step up to the next level. The jump up from a Nationals to one of the big 4 leagues is quite substantial. It's a massive, massive leap, and I think so far they've risen to the occasion. And they're a prospect for the top 4, but it's going to be a really, truly rough battle. And in a sense, this matchup is a precursor to that. They are on the live standings, 4th and 5th, Renatus just edging out on top. So it's going to be a real test of their mettle.
Are they going to rise to the occasion, Xenox? That's probably the most basic way I can put this to you. Are they able to do it?
Yeah, look, I think you've got to give Chiefs the benefit of the doubt coming into this one as the favourites. I think Renatus can get it done in the sense that we've seen them find results from in favourable positions time and time again back in relegations against Team Bliss. A lot of us thought Team Bliss were going to win that. They didn't. Renatus won. And even against Elevate on Playday 1, you think surely Elevate will get the job done. So I think, again, Chiefs go into this as favourites, but Renatus by no means would you count them out. It's a big test for them. I think a big factor is going to be definitely what the map is going to end up being. I don't know if that's ready or not, Rob, so yeah.
Bring it up, Chief. Bring it up.
Oh, bring it up.
He's in host mode. He's in host mode. He's loving it.
He's actually in host mode. Do you know this? What happens when Xenox gets back to broadcast with 5 seconds left on the timer? He just turns full host.
It's a bit fuzzy.
Yeah, it's a bit how you going at the back there. But guys, how you going on Bank? What are we thinking? Chiefs have been a pretty notorious team on this map.
Yeah, I really like Chiefs Bank from what we've seen so far, not only this year, but also going back in the past. And it seems like they're okay at this map currently. Unfortunately, that was the map in which they got the loss against Direwolves, but clearly Direwolves are a really strong team. So to push them so close to overtime, I think is a good sign for them. In terms of Renatus, well, they haven't played it so far in this stage, and I don't want to give too much weight to previous results. I don't think it would really do it justice. Again, talking about that discrepancy in skill level from a national level here to APAC South. So at the moment, I would probably back in the Chiefs. The fact as well that they got to pick between Clubhouse and Bank is quite interesting as well. I don't know if that stands out to you, Jake, but Clubhouse as well is a map that they've dabbled in and shown success on as well.
Jake Brander, does it stick out to you?
Well, I mean, Clubhouse was never going to be chosen by the Chiefs. We all know about their former glory on it, but not in the recency of it. I honestly think Renatus should have done a better job to try and get the Chalet through. I know Chiefs obviously have a very good Chalet record, but so do Renatus, and I think that could have been very interesting to see their best versus the best. Instead, they've elected for Bank, which, 0-3 on Bank for Renatus, and we know how good Chiefs are on Bank. Yes, they lost to Direwolves 5-7, but that's kind of one of those games where it could have easily gone either way. Definitely Chiefs could have won that one 7-5. You go back, watch the VOD, you can see in those rounds how close that game really was. We know how good Direwolves are playing this stage. So, look, I think Chiefs have won this one comprehensively. It's going to be tough for Renatus. If they can get it done, though, it's going to be so big for them for the remainder of the stage.
So what are we giving it? What are we thinking here, guys? Are we leaning toward the Chiefs win, or are Renatus going to be able to get the dub on the board?
Yeah, heading into today, Chiefs for me is the stronger team. That's why I picked them in the predictions. I would say that's been bolstered through the veto. The fact that Chalet doesn't seem to be a confident point of interest for Renatus is a little bit concerning. They had a really good selection on the last couple of remaining maps as well. So the Chiefs are in pole position at the moment. I think they've, put the foot forward in the veto. They're looking good. Can they convert that inside of the live server? That's the question that obviously is going to get answered like every other match. But I think the Chiefs just have too many tools in the arsenal to get this done.
It is questions that are continuously posed, Xenox, and I guess we really don't get the answer, the full story, until that final round. But are you going to be backing in the Chiefs, or are you going to back in the new dogs, the underdogs in Renatus?
100% the Chiefs. Look, I know they took down Fury, which they're having some struggles at the moment, but still did it so cleanly, 7-0. And the Direwolves game was phenomenal. What a way to start the stage it ended up being. I think that for Renatus and what they can kind of maybe try and do here is just maybe it's going to be a case of we haven't really seen them on Bank. I know they've only played like 3 times and certainly haven't done so here in APAC South. So if they've got something up their sleeve, that might be the trick in store. Otherwise, Chiefs definitely.
Sorry, I shouldn't be giggling, but all I can hear is Dev in the background laughing like a child. And I've completely been thrown off a tangent here, Guz. So you know what we're going to fall back to, don't you? You know what we're falling back to here. I'm not even going to say it. I just want to ask you. What are the win conditions?
What are the wild cards? What are the win conditions? Well, I'm looking across at the stats at the moment, and a player that has stood out in the server and CGG reflecting that as well is G from Renatus. So in terms of players to look out for, he's certainly one. And in fact, he's the top-rated player inside of the server for this matchup. And it's actually quite interesting that the Chiefs are... Actually, no, I take that back. I was a little bit too scrolled down. I'm an absolute fool. The Chiefs are stacked at the top of the stage. I was so confused. I was like, why are the Chiefs so far down in the ratings? That makes no sense. What correlation's there? No, but Renatus, I can confirm he's the top-rated player for Renatus. So if he's firing on all cylinders, we can expect to see him play quite...
Hang on a second.
Falling into chaos.
You said Renatus is the most top-rated player for Renatus.
No, I told you he is. Sorry. Win conditions throws me off. I hope the game's over.
Yeah, it is ready, and I can hear my producer. He said it a couple of times now. He said, throw to casters, throw to casters, throw to casters. So we won't pain the audience any longer. We will throw to the casters. Dev and Raven, please bring some professionalism back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to APAC South. Raven, are you ready for this match?
Sure, I sure am. I can't match your intensity, but look, I think I'm actually super excited for this game. It's one of the ones when we were looking at the schedule for tonight, I was thinking, you know what, this could actually be quite the banger. I feel like Chiefs are definitely favored, and I think that's kind of rightfully backed by a lot of the points that the desk made. But also, I feel like Renatus, through their 2 games that we've seen so far, they've put up a decent fight. And you know what? I actually feel like they could put up a pretty good fight here against Chiefs.
No doubt about it. We've seen Renatus punch above their weight class before. They came through the relegations. They upset in simply being here in APAC South, and now they're ready to take on the Chiefs, but it's not going to be an easy task. As the desk prefaced, Bank is a great map for the Chiefs. We saw they managed to push Direwolves to 12 rounds, albeit unfortunately losing it in their first match of the new season. Let's see what Renatus has to try and match that.
And look, there it is, a figure ban again. I feel like Renatus have just set themselves like fairly default bans, and they're just like week to week, this is all we're gonna do. And I think the only attacker they've banned all stage, I'd have to look back, but I'm fairly confident it's only been Finka, so there's something about that they don't like. Look, Fink is a pretty strong operator right now. I think it's not a bad call. It's just interesting that it seems to be the same across all the maps that they've played.
Yeah, I've double-checked that, and you are absolutely right. Finka bans through and through every match here of APAC South so far. For Renatus, that's going to take a lot of, well, I mean, yes, you've got the Adrenal Surge, but let's not forget the grenades, the Gon 6, and the LMG. It's just such a staple of many teams' lineups, but let's not forget the other attacker ban that's come through. Chiefs banning out the Hibana, a classic hard breach ban here on Bank. In fact, Hibana is the only operator that can open, I believe she can open every single hatch, right? She has, what, 18 pellets all up? And how many hatches are there for the basement? There's server, 2 in open area, and then 2 for lobby. What's that, 5? What's 5 times 4? 20. So she technically can't open all of them, but she almost can. She can open far more than any other hard breacher, that's for sure. I reckon we'll see a couple of secondary hard breaches come out as a result. Maybe Told You right now could well be running that on the 0.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. We're certainly starting to see a bit of a rise in the secondary hard breach in general these days, which is really cool to see. You know, when the gadget first came in, it was still a little bit like hit and miss whether that was selected as the secondary, but it certainly has rotated in a lot more recently. But no, look, I'm really excited to see how Renatus pieced together this attack. Already seeing an attacker repick there from the Jackal to the Buck, so they've obviously identified, okay, the site's open area, some of that extra soft breach will be helpful. They already have the sledge, but you know what, maybe an extra one wouldn't hurt, so they're going to bring the Buck instead.
Well, it's the first match of the day we've seen the Jackal be unbanned, but perhaps they just wanted it for the basement. Valkyrie also unbanned. This is something that Guz mentioned in the pre-show I hadn't really thought about, but the presence of Valkyrie and her power overall has gone down a bit thanks to attacker repick, not specifically the Valkyrie nerf, which came through where her cameras can't be activated outside, because admittedly it was fairly rare when in comp play they were used outside anyway. But the attacker repick means now that when you see that Valkyrie on the board, you just 6-pick to IQ and you can really target that. Despite there being no Valkyrie, we still see the IQ here ever present and will no doubt be a huge boon for Renatus in hunting down all of these electronics, particularly the bulletproof cameras and the Wamai magnets.
Really like it from Renatus too. Very little hesitation getting in and getting map control. It's definitely what you like to see from a team. No matter the level, if they're coming in, getting map control nice and confidently, it's always a good sign. And through an opening engagement there, Bouncing very lucky to be alive. He's on very low HP already, and this is important control to get nonetheless. You know, vertical control on this site is really key to be flushing out the positions that are positioned around site. You know, the site for this in open area is a bit squishy to just be on directly, so teams usually spread out a bit, and so by getting this map control, it does start to segregate where the defenders can be.
I feel like I'm watching the match on 2x speed, watching Renatus enter the building. Like you said, I mean, they were in hell early, and it means that they have opened up all of this vert in excellent time. And that's going to put a lot of pressure onto Chiefs, but Hermosa taking a lot of damage. That C4 from Digital, honestly, that was worthwhile in its own right. Finger ban means no heal for the attacking side. Was that hard breach charge destroyed somehow? What happened there?
Yeah, you might be right. Didn't quite catch it, but certainly happened. Either way, the good thing for Renatus is these kinds of things come up so often on your attacks, right? And this is why the time management factor is so important. If you've not taken a whole lot of time just to get in and get set up to be able to do this kind of game, the dance that you have to do on an attack of opening things up, you can always recover quite swiftly, and that's what Renatus has been able to do. Coming into the last minute here, Dev, Hoven, he's pushed down into archives now. He might be the one to find this opening frag for Renatus.
It may actually be a frag that finds the opening, but despite the presence of the IQ, that magnet saves the day. However, that magnet did destroy that bulletproof camera. Boydie finds the lead-off kill. Ape goes down, and Boydie is now in the basement down underneath that side.
And now for Renatus in the final 30 seconds, they have to start actually piecing the final step together. It's one thing to get good map entry early, but it's another thing to be able to close it out and use that to your advantage. And with only 20 seconds, it's going to be a little bit tough for Renatus right here.
But the plant is going down, and the cover is there. Refrag from Boydie. Takes down Hoven. Now the plant still going down. Excellent cover from Tolji. A standout player for Renatus thus far. Rix is in the building using these prone holes. And now it's a tough post plant for Renatus. But Digital, he's been downed. The retake, it's on from Boydie. 2v2. But as he is traded out, it's very close. So 1v1 now. Rix versus Ethan. The captains of each team go head to head. Rix, the spray. He doesn't land it. Ethan steps up for the Chiefs, and that is a narrow 1v1 to win the first round for the boys in blue.
Quite a hectic first round to start this game off. I tell you what, if the rest of the rounds go like this, we're going to be in for a serious battle between these two teams. But look, that was great from both sides. We saw a really nice swift entry that we highlighted a lot from Renatus, but then it was really stalled out in that final step. But they got the plant down, and then the Chiefs facilitated a really great retake, honestly. And yeah, came down to the wire. What an action-packed round. I do hope the rest of them do play out like that.
That's it, a great round for Ethan in particular. I mean, it was Boydie who had the most frags of the round, but Ethan stepped up in that one-on-one. Rix, I mean, I hate to go in, but he really, when you whiff like that, I mean, that wasn't terrible, right? But we hold these players to a very high standard. And unfortunately, a couple of missed bullets there when Ethan was ducking and weaving through the cubicles. I mean, that lost Renatus a round where they definitely could have had. Like you said, nearing the end of the round, Chiefs were probably in the advantage. Chiefs had a decent amount of map control, decent numbers on the board, but Renatus still managed to pull off and execute, and that's why it's all the more gutting that Rix couldn't close it out.
Yeah, look, we could definitely overanalyze all the moves that Rix did wrong. I would just highlight that in his attempt to position to take Ethan out, just backed himself into a corner, and so it forced him to have to take that gunfight with 20 seconds left. But at the end of the day, that is how Siege is. Sometimes you make these split-second decisions. It can cost you rounds. He did whip as well. That's never good either. Neither is a player leaving the lobby, so that's unfortunate there for Hermosa. Chiefs, they're going to go to lockers now they're dev. And look, I feel like this site has continuously been a pretty solid mainstay in bank defenses in terms of how it plays out. You know, it hasn't really changed a whole lot even since the rework.
Yeah, I mean, the rework hasn't changed much on the basement, really, at all. I think server has kind of changed shape a little bit, but in terms of what we actually see as a reality, hasn't really changed. We maybe see a little bit more of the open area holds, which are, oh my god, was that a triple set of Capcan traps just to make sure that you're absolutely going to finish off anyone? Well, that's a huge dedication of resources from Bouncin, right? Well, you've only got 5 to begin with. He put more than half of his EDD utility on the one doorway.
One of those kind of like low risk, high reward kind of plays, right? Like, yeah, it's a bit silly, but hey, if a team's not thorough enough, that would take out a player nice and early on that kind of roam clear, so to speak. Nice pre-placed set there as well from the Chiefs. And while Renatus did get some nice early map control, it's kind of stalled out a little bit at this point. I mean, we're actually halfway through the round and still a lot of players on the top floor for Renatus.
I gotta say, I feel like the first minute of the round for Renatus, they're probably the fastest team during that phase of the round that I've seen in APAC South and of many regions worldwide. They are very, very hot on their trot at the very start of the round. But in that time between 2 minutes and 1 minute left, when there's 30 seconds left, that's when this team really struggles to actually make progress. You look right now, and yeah, they managed to open hatch. And of course, we've got to make allowances for them that they're playing in a 4v5 for this round. Hermosa finally reconnects. But and there's still a lot of work to be done. Server control not in their hands yet. I'm not sure if they have open area either.
Don't think they've actually taken it, but it doesn't look like there's any Chiefs players outside of sight really anymore. Final 50 seconds. This is really critical.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah. There is no doubt here that Renatus are going to have to go deep. 30 seconds left means that there's no choice on the attacking side. They can't just wait and try and pass the plant because the Chiefs have so much plant denial. 20 seconds left and time ticking away now. Chiefs can just hold patient and they find the first pick as well. And the second, my God, it's falling to pieces for the newest team in APAC South. It could well be a flawless round. Told you finds one before going down. And just like that, Chiefs make it look all too easy.
They did in the end, and look, I think Renatus, there was a couple of things going against them from the start of that round, and while they did get some nice early entry, again, it was really that mid-round stall from the Chiefs that kind of ended that round before it could finish, so to speak. I think it was a really good play from Chiefs doing a lot of drone denial, you know, the mutes well placed. They really shot a lot of those drones coming in through open area as well, so I think that's what really stopped Renatus from progressing that swift map control a lot quicker. And ultimately, when you enter server for a CC plant with only a minute to go, and there's still 3 toxic babes in the pocket of the smoke player, it always signals bad news.
Yeah, because it just reduces the number of options, right? And the less options that the attack has, the more predictable they become, and the easier it is for the defense to lock it out. Looks like Renatus are having some unfortunate connection issues here, and that's allowed, well, I mean, I'm not going to say that's the reason why Chiefs are 2-0, but regardless of the reasoning, Chiefs have managed to build some serious momentum here. Hoven struggling. Wasn't it Hermosa who DC'd last round? So a bit of inconsistency between which of these players are struggling, but the Chiefs nonetheless are adamant. They've got this top floor hold set up quite nicely, and I mean, I would be surprised if they don't continue this.
Yeah, look, me too. I think in general, the Chiefs have just had some really great defense setups so far from what we've seen. And look, they may not have won bank back at the start of the stage, but I still think they put up a really good fight against Direwolves. Of course, the scoreline was 5-7 against the Chiefs. You know, that's pretty decent. Direwolves are probably looking like a top 2, top 3 APAC South Stage 1 team. So I think considering that it was the first go with the Chiefs' new roster with the 2 new players, that's a pretty decent effort, and I think a lot of that map still looked quite good for them.
And there's no doubt the Chiefs have built up quite a bit of confidence in the time since that match. I mean, they 7-0'd Fury in the previous Playday, and I think despite that not being the best opponent to take a victory against, Fury getting 7-1'd again today, that's still a confidence boost. Like, at the end of the day, a 7-0 is a 7-0. A win's a win. And I think Chiefs have a lot of fire underneath them to try and prove the naysayers wrong. This is, if anything, I think this in IG, Chiefs and IG, the rosters where you look at them and you're like, why did they make roster changes? Like, there are a lot of people asking questions. I mean, Elevate to some degree as well, right? But let's remember the Chiefs. In 1 year, they became the undisputed best team in OS with 4 championships within the OCN, winning every stage and the eventual end of year finals. And across the year as well, they got better and better within APAC South to, at the end of the year, qualifying for the Sweden Major and having an all right performance there. Then they changed 2 players. They are desperate to prove all these naysayers wrong and show that these young pickups were worthwhile.
Yeah, and it's always tough when that happens, right? You have a team that has winning form, but they still change rosters. We see it all the time, all throughout, Rainbow Six Siege esports, no matter which region it is. But I guess it's about a perspective of trying to safeguard for the future. I think we're starting to see some examples of teams that, I hate to be a little bit blunt here, but are maybe getting a bit stale with their current lineup. And sometimes you do need to look for that change to reinvigorate you. Like there's only so much you can do with an existing 5. And while consistency is really great and definitely a positive, but there is a time where you kind of roll off that peak and something has to happen. If that's Chiefs' time, like maybe it was, always hard to make that call from an external perspective. But at the end of the day, so far, I think Bounce and Boydie have come in and they're doing a really good job filling the shoes that they had to fill.
For Renatus on the flip side, they certainly have a lot of work to be done to really prove themselves. They kind of captured our attention in their first Playday, a 7-5 win over Elevate. It was funny at the time. We were talking about how that was Elevate, the reigning champions, versus Renatus, the newest team in the league. But since then, they've struggled to deliver. A lost 4-7 tonight, so now 2 rounds down the toilet against Chiefs. Admittedly, 2 rounds that didn't look particularly close. I mean, particularly that second round, nigh flawless. And they really just need to get their heads in the game. There's clearly something extraneous going on here. The team having connection issues, not being quite on their form. I mean, they need to build up some momentum because we know how good Chiefs are on bank.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's really just about starting to figure out how the Chiefs' philosophy of their defense is working. So it's clear they're wanting to try and have that early presence and then stall Renatus out in that mid round. It has actually worked both rounds, but Renatus really forced through it in that first round to get a plant down at least. And I think that was really critical in their potential success in that first round. Ultimately, it didn't pay off. But we didn't see in the second round there them able to really push through that stall. I just think that was the nature of lockers in general. But at the end of the day, even when they tried to push through, I don't know, it was just very lackluster, so to speak. But it's hard to say. Only 2 rounds in. I still think there's definitely a glimmer of hope here for Renatus. I think they present some decent team play together. I think it's just more about quickly adapting to what Chiefs are pulling up here to stop Renatus getting these rounds.
I think that something that Chiefs have done a great job of so far reminds me of how Renatus are playing a lot of these early games. We talked about how fast they are and how quick they are to enter the building. Chiefs usually, in my experience, contest the entry a lot harder than they are right now. Perhaps they are aware that Renatus are really good in the early round, and so Chiefs, for example, on that basement defense, yes, they had a little bit of a roam, but they didn't roam at all on the top floor. They just had the Capcan traps up there and then forfeited back, and it really wasn't long. I mean, surely a couple drones and then falling completely back to site, abandoning their hold of open area. And that meant that Renatus weren't afforded the opening kill. In fact, both of the rounds so far, the Chiefs have been the ones to find that opening pick. So I'm starting to feel like Chiefs have done some good research into Renatus, or at least they have a pretty decent read onto this playstyle. And instead of contesting in the early round when they know Renatus are at their peak, they're starting to poke and prod in the late round. And that's exposing some of the weaknesses that we're seeing from the Indonesians.
Yeah, I just think it's a really good call and a really good read from Chiefs here in the preparation of coming into this game. I think also, like, look, we talk about the swift pace of Renatus on their entries. It's never easy to deal with sometimes when you're on the defense. You can try and be as ready as you want for a quick approach, but these are pretty sharp players. Like, Renatus have come in with some pretty decent skill into APAC South, and while Chiefs are pretty skilled as well, I don't think you always want to be gambling, a lot of your round in that first 30 seconds to a minute trying to contest such a paceful entry. So I think the approach that Chiefs have made is really good. But we still have a lot of bank to play out, and I'm super excited to see how the rest of this defense half plays out, because it really could shape what we're in for. If Chiefs go out to a 5-1 lead out of this half dev, I think it's going to be super tough for Renatus to be able to bring that one back, because I'd back Chiefs to be able to kind of handle the Renatus defense better.
Yeah, well, I do wonder whether this is just a matter of attack for Renatus, like starting on the attacking side and perhaps just lacking a little bit of confidence because of that. And Chiefs, when you're on defense, right, you sit back, you relax, you wait for the oncoming storm, and you deal with it whenever Renatus pitch to you. But Renatus are the ones that have to take that first move. I'm looking across their stats in the long term, and it's pretty split as to depending on which map, whether they're defense or attack favored. Specifically on Bank, and I'm just going to say as a disclaimer, I don't have any Renatus stats for when they were known as the Last Dance, so that would have been just the relegations. But when they were back in the Operation League Nationals last year, and of course their matches so far in APAC South, they played Bank 3 times. Their defense win rate is at a shocking 29%, whereas their attacking win rate is at 44%. Those stats say that if anything, this team should actually be doing better on their attack than on their defense. And well, that means they've got a lot of work to do.
Lucky for them, still plenty of rounds ahead, Dev, as we're going to get back into it. But yes, 4 rounds ahead of Renatus to try and change this half a round. I could definitely see a world where they go 4-0 right here and they manage to take this half 4-2. And all of a sudden, you know, concerns are answered and they're on the right road. But Chiefs have been looking really good on these defenses so far.
Speaking of, let's start breaking down this setup, because we've seen some curious setups from the Chiefs. We're seeing them bring in fresh strats. Let's also not forget that while the analyst, Hell, the French guy, has stayed the same, War Turtle, the Kiwi, left this roster. They picked up Todd, formerly from Bliss, and he is now coaching this team. I know Todd is full of ideas when it comes to strats, and we're seeing some fresh stuff here from Chiefs. A couple of castle panels on some of these external, well, not external, but these windows that would expose the Chiefs players to these external windows. But overall, this seems like a pretty normal setup. This shield in the stock hallway has almost become meta at this point.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing it from a lot of teams here on the top floor defense on Bank. And I'd say that's kind of the thing for a lot of these Chiefs defenses. It's not like these strats are, you know, remarkable and like super different or really innovative. There's some cool things here and there, but like I think in general, like you said, you know, it's somewhat of the standard of what we see in a lot of these things. I think it's a lot more about the philosophical approach to how they're holding these defenses, at least in those first couple of rounds. So I'm curious whether they're going to be able to keep that up. It's a little bit more challenging, I'd say, on the top floor to be able to avoid some of these early contests if a team is coming at you quickly, because it's a lot more of a linear attack. Not every team will decide to go below and try and get vert.
But we will see Renatus try and expose this position in the stock hallway using hard breach. And in fact, Abe manages to sneak inside. Oh, there's a red ping. He could be on for a huge impact frag here. Once the smoke subsides, it should be guns blazing for Abe. Indeed, Bouncing goes down. What a play from Renatus and a fantastic counter. That is a huge amount of time that Chiefs wanted to burn. Now down the toilet.
Really like that, honestly. You know, the smoke to obviously cover his tracks getting in, but even the summer charges to cover the sound. I think it was just really well executed from Renatus, and yeah, it puts Chiefs on the back foot, and it's finally a time where they've lost an opening pick fairly early in the round.
But here we see, of course, immediately after the slow reply from Renatus. Not over-investing as of yet. However, Hermosa's gone down, the Twitch player. Where was that? And in fact, Boydie's looking for one. 8 punishes that, but Manal was just a 1v1. Could have gone either way. And Ethan immediately trades it back. He's having a fantastic game. A screamer. 3 kills on for the round.
Yeah, Ethan definitely had a good round, good game in general. Lots of trades in that kind of 40-45 second window has left Renatus in this 2v3 situation. Still a little bit of time on the board, but you can see Chiefs very well spread out in these positions. Digital holding down Janitor, Ethan on site, and then of course we saw Worthy still around Banana. Abe's going for a fairly late rotate here. He's going to have to be swift. Going to assume, no, he's going to go all the way around to meet his teammate on the square side, I guess, or play some vert. This is a very late call, and it's going to have to pay out with this frag kill.
If he can nade Ethan here, it's all worth it.
Huge.
He does! Great from Ape. Like you said, huge. But Hoven's going to have a good one here. He's got the diffuser, and Ape is going to be so slow in pushing up. Plant's got to go down. Digital and Worthy to hold. Digital on the long line with the 1.5. But Renatus now into red time. Hoven covering, but no, he doesn't have the support as Ape's gone down, and that should be a nice easy closeout for the Chiefs. Time ticked down, and in the 2v2 they could not overcome.
I couldn't, and time again, kind of really their biggest enemy there. I think they did a really good job kind of figuring out some counters as Chiefs were kind of trading back those kills. They were like, all right, how can we kind of find some opening to pull out and execute? I think there was a good call to go below. I just feel like, again, it was a little bit too late for Renatus. But great job from Chiefs as well, because of course that opening pick on Bouncin came fairly early in the rounds. I think it was about the 150, 2-minute mark, which is very different to the previous rounds. And Chiefs did a really good job trading themselves back into that round.
We've had a full cycle though now of bomb sites. Chiefs have just about done the round the world. We call this the round, I like calling it the round of the world light, because they haven't actually done all 4 bomb sites, but they've done all the 3 that they need to in this map. Chiefs have proven that they can defend lockers, CCTV. They've proven they can defend where we are right now in, what's this one called? Open area, staff room, and of course CEO lockers. We're back here again, but this was the closest round we've seen so far. Came down to that 1v1. It looked like Renatus were going to win it. They had the bomb down, and then Ethan clutched it. Ethan, who's had a great game so far. Mind you, we've had a rehost, so you don't see all his kills,
yeah.
But he 1v1 clutched in the first round, had a 3k just that round pass as well.
Yeah, good to see Ethan having some big games, of course. Pretty well known for his time on Wildcard and only somewhat recently joining the Chiefs roster. But I think something that strikes me with the current Chiefs iteration is that, you know, he's really not forming as the star player. In fact, they have 3 of the 5 top-rated players from the first 2 Playdays. And Bouncin and Worthy are the 2 better of those. Worthy we come to expect to see at the top of the table, but Bouncin, one of the newest additions, he's obviously had some really good couple of debut matches. But I think it's always important for teams to find, you know, a really good balance where star players don't have to be the stars every single game and you're still winning.
I think that's a nature of Chiefs dropping their support player in Fisher, right? Like, naturally, Ethan's going to have to step up to that. He is a leader. And as we can see, bounce and fall off. He does a bit of damage to Hermosa, doesn't receive any in return. And just continuing on talking about the Chiefs and their roster as it's developed, like you said, they picked up 2 fraggers and they dropped a support player and a fragger, right? So naturally, overall, you'd think that's a fragging upgrade. Potentially a support downgrade, but Ethan's done a pretty good job of stepping into that role. And no, there you go, on cue, Hermosa punished. Free kill.
She's really persisted with that cap can as well, so it has worked out for them this time. And look, taking out the buck, that's some vert play that's just not going to happen. I guess the good thing for Renatus is there's plenty of backup. They have multiple breach charges, they still have the sledge. So at least strategically, not too big of an issue, but it is manpower lost, and that always hurts a little bit. And as they're coming into the last minute as well, you know, when you're coming into trying to trade it out to get control of site, that can really start to come back to bite you.
This is what we've seen every single round so far from Renatus. They might get in the building early, but there's about a minute and a half in the middle of the round where they don't necessarily make a lot of progress. Haven't found a pick yet. They've really struggled with finding these man advantages. Chiefs constantly fighting back. But we have seen good explosive executes from them on this bomb site. That said, there's so many players from Chiefs on that bomb site right now. The vertical lines haven't managed to expose any of them.
It's a similar situation in round 1 where Renatus, they did a good job early, but getting set for that execute was tough. Now 4 versus 4. Again, in round 1, they managed to get plant down. It was a post plant. It was a 1v1 clutch. They look like they're pretty well positioned to potentially be able to do the same here. You know, Chiefs are really backing them off and inviting them to drop the hatch, go for the plant, you know, the classic situation for the execute here. And it is about time that Renatus need to get that moving with 15 seconds on the clock.
There was just no time left. And Chiefs have so many advanced positions. Walking into the crossfire is never going to work for Renatus. That said, the drop on site nets 2 kills. Man advantage now for the attacking side. Plant gonna have to go down, but timer hits 0. Worthy and Digital just need to deny this plant. A Digital! Where on earth was that?
Very close. I actually thought it was about to be post-plant, and that could have been really interesting because, you know, even if they managed to kill the planter just as the kick goes down, still a whole other little game to play at that stage. So very close there for Chiefs, but at the end of the day, in control for the majority of that round. in control for the majority of this match so far. They're doing a really good job of just dictating pace in general. And now they're out to a 4-0 lead. It's starting to feel fairly significant.
Yeah, it's a huge stretch now. And that stat that I mentioned earlier on in the game about Renatus having a higher attack win percentage than their defense win percentage on this map, starting to look pretty grim. The Chiefs are off to a cracking start. They're going back down to locker CCTV. Now this, Raven, was the most dominating round that we've seen from them at all. They were knife flawless. Told you only got 1 kill right on the buzzer before he was traded back. And, well, I mean, we need to see a hell of a lot more from Renatus if they're going to have a showing here, because I mean, this could easily be a 5-0 for Chiefs. 6-0 would be plausible, even.
Jeez, could you imagine 2 play days in a row where they go 7-0? I definitely would not have predicted that out of the first 3 play days for the Chiefs.
5 seconds
No.
left.
I think few people would have. I mean, it's hard to say which teams with roster changes we were most concerned for. I don't know. I mean, we can say this in the nicest way possible, right? I think we can have this conversation without pissing off too many people, Raven. But I'm keen to have your thoughts, right? Because I think the 3 big teams that had roster changes that were doing well were Elevate, IG, and Chiefs, right? Because like Knights, I think they weren't doing as well, so it was clear why they did roster changes. But these 3 teams, Elevate, Chiefs, and IG, they were all doing really well. And they made 2, or in IG's case, 3 roster changes. Which do you think made the most face value questionable roster changes? I feel like maybe Chiefs.
Yeah, I would say on face value, yeah, because I mean they made Sweden major. Of course, they didn't make the SI, but it just didn't seem like there was any reason to change the roster. But look, I guess it's always tough. Certainly coming from a background in playing and coaching at similar level. There's always stuff that goes on in the background that you never know. And look, it's like I was saying earlier, it's probably just that pursuit of not getting stalled out, not getting stale. Maybe they felt like they were reaching the peak or at the peak of what that roster was capable of. So to keep going, maybe a couple of changes necessary.
And we've seen that with Fury, haven't we? Certainly the team that hasn't had any roster changes probably needing a couple, right? And for Chiefs, anyone who was looking at them and saying, oh, what'd you do with your support player? What'd you do with your second entry? Who can look at them and be critical now? They're up 4-0 the following Playday from when they were up 7-0. And they're not showing any signs of slowing down. This could easily be a 5-0. I think they're proving that this was a good roster change.
Once again, too, they've done a really good job at just keeping Renatus at bay. Down to this final minute, and Renatus, while they do have some decent map control or some good map control at this stage, they really need to start progressing. And if Boydie manages to get the victory here on these gunfights in Garage, it's certainly going to be tough for Renatus.
See what you could do, 8. There we go, finally! An opening kill for Renatus, but last time they managed to achieve that, it still did not net a round win. They look like they might have strong positions though. Information on the player, the Jaeger, Worthy, in the bomb site, Lockers and Digital falls. It's a furthered man advantage now. Ethan's got to step up. He's had a fantastic game so far, and he finds the first headshot. Bouncing's on for a huge flank, but he's going to have to do it all now in a 1 versus 4 with Ethan down on the ground. Bouncing needs to step up, but Hermosa and Ape can easily clean up the final kills, and just like that, Renatus can find their first round.
Really good round for Renatus because they didn't overextend early. And look, I wouldn't have blamed them if they tried to make something happen a little bit earlier, but I think it was a great call to just change the approach of their push. We didn't really highlight it that much in the end. It's that it was not a server push at all. It was actually the lobby side. And a real big linchpin was getting that garage control, getting Boydie out of there so it was much more comfortable to actually then drop hatch around garage and, have some pressure so that the Chiefs players in sight couldn't just, sit the hallway, for example, and peek towards that run out. Also, Renatus, the timing, once they got that garage control, it was about 15 seconds, I'd say, and they pulled the trigger. They pushed through sight, won their gunfights, and it was a really good take in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't see Renatus telegraphing it. They were going for a rear side vault push. That said, I was getting very caught up in the podcast, the Chiefs off-season roster change podcast.
Yes.
But that's the thing, where like with Hibana banned, usually you wouldn't expect to be able to open yourselves a lot of options. I mean, Kaid is banned, right? Which makes opening hatches a hell of a lot easier because you don't need to worry about Maverick or Thatcher. But with that Hibana band, suddenly you're trying to open as many hatches as possible. You've only got 2 secondary hard breaches. Ace can only open 1 hatch. And typically, if you go for a server push, you also want to put a breach on the server walls itself. So, Renatus, you'd think they would be telegraphing their position by opening the rear hatches and not the server side hatches. And yet, Chiefs still didn't seem quite prepared for it. That said, Chiefs aren't going to dwell too much on the errors of the past. Last round of the half, and they'll go back to CEO, which they won previously anyhow.
They did. And look, they were challenged. There were moments of this round that looked good for Renatus. And I'll tell you what, if Renatus managed to get back a 2-4 half, that's not bad. Hey, like they were down 0-4, and it felt like, I wouldn't say all is lost, but it really wasn't looking good. So a 2-4 is not that hard to pull back around. I think this could be a really big one for Renatus if they manage to take it.
Yeah, huge repercussions. An 0-4 is a very, very different story to a 2-4. Mute Jammer on the wall will protect against this Selma. What's Renatus going to do to try and clear that one? Maybe a nade goes on through. I think the Selma managed to detonate nonetheless. That Mute Jammer must have been destroyed, but I think Bouncin retorted with an impact to destroy the Selma. Now another Selma goes out onto the wall. There's no more impacts left. Bouncin has to fall back.
Clearing that hallway shield too, so that means that Renatus can feel a bit more comfy. But hey, Boydie able to use these line of sights back against Renatus.
That's
could
cheeky.
be a very cheeky little entry pick here. Digital certainly a part of that little engagement there in towards stock. 90 seconds in, Renatus, they have made a little bit of progress, but this is where they got stuck last time. It took the better part of almost a minute for them to start to really push forward.
Boydie finds this. Absolutely. Surely Boydie finds this. Just narrowly. Who is this? Is that Ape on the other side? Oh, Boydie.
Oh, no.
Can't thread the needle. Just barely. A millimeter off. But Ape now aware of the angle, and he gets him back. A minute left on the round, and Chiefs find themselves one man down trying to hold down these positions. Renatus have an opening.
They do. 45 seconds. Time for them to start to really piece this together. Still really good positioning here from Chiefs, and still 4 bodies on the board. You know, it's definitely a manageable position of trying to deal with this plant. That's certainly a wasted C4 there, and as the push comes through, Digital falls. 30 seconds to go. Renatus is certainly in the box seat for this one.
Bouncin and Worthy have made it a little bit easier, though. Ethan with 2 points of health left. And now, just as you say it, you jinx them, Raven. Renatus have fallen to pieces. Now a 1v3 for Tolji. He's had some fantastic games debuting here in APAC South, but this is not going to be one of them. Chiefs round out their defense with a 5-1 scoreline.
Oh, look, that was unfortunate for Renatus, and it was one of those things there where as I was casting it, as I was saying Renatus in the box seat, I could see what was happening, and it was too late. The words were out of my mouth at that stage. Unfortunate.
It's the way it's going to be sometimes. Chiefs stepped up massively, though. Let's not gloss over that. They had a fantastic defensive half. They looked like they had Renatus' number the whole time. I feel like I don't know whether I'm, explaining it how it was, because like you were saying before, we don't know exactly what goes on the team, but from what I'm seeing, it looks like Chiefs know exactly the right play style to play against Renatus, and that is not contesting early. That is almost playing slow. And when it comes to the mid to late round, Chiefs are going to find opportunities to find picks and get that numbers advantage on their side. Even in that round just then, when Renatus had so many players advantage, right? What was it, 5v3, I think, to a 3v0. And Chiefs just had a massive response.
It's very true. And something that's interesting is I'm just looking back at the Direwolves match that Chiefs lost in Playday 1, 5-7. They managed to get 2 attacks, actually, so it seemed to be that the attacking half was where they really struggled the most. Direwolves, though, they were up 4 on their defense, so they only had to get 3 attacks to get through. But regardless, I don't know. Could be some foreshadowing here. Maybe Chiefs will struggle a little bit on their attacks, but they only need 2 rounds to close out this match. So you would think that given the lead that they've built themselves, even if they do have some struggles with those attacks, they're in a pretty good position to be able to close this one out.
I think you've set up the expectation really strongly there, because you're almost saying that Chiefs have essentially won this game by having such a strong defense, because they can't rely on their attacks. But now even just 2 attacks will be more than enough. And look at how confident they are. Ethan here on the Osa. One tap, one bullet into the front. And wow, a very early detonation of the Vulcan as well. And well, the Chiefs won't have to burn through that utility later in the round.
No, this is actually fantastic from Chiefs. I mean, we talked a lot about the time management necessary for the Lockers' attack. It's certainly never easy. So you know what? Don't bother with the map control, that dance at all. They've just hard taken server. They saw it was empty. Ethan able to set up this Vulcan shield as well. He's going to have a very comfy position to try and defend this plant. So now all they have to do is really hold themselves through square. And look, they could try and keep this fairly direct.
I mean, they could legit plant behind that shield right there, couldn't they? No line of sight. Renatus, how many C4s we got? Just 1 on Harvard. No impact nades. Here it goes. Here, Digital starting that one. The Vulcan shield goes, but does not reach Digital. 5v5, and the plant is down. Worthy with a double. Chiefs have stepped up hugely here. They're looking to take match point. Worthy on for the flank watch, finds the triple. Renatus have to retake against the Osa's shields. And my God, that's going to be a tough one. Nice headshot for Rix, but now Worthy is once again powering, looming over like an eagle. He can open the side hatch as well. It just gets worse for poor Renatus. Rix on 1 HP. He doesn't last long. The Chiefs have forced a Renatus tactical timeout on match point 6-1.
I love that from Chiefs. Honestly, I'm a massive fan of strats that are just very simple, right? Like, keep it simple. Sometimes you don't have to go for the whole map control. You don't have to take open area and open all those hatches. I think it was an absolutely great call. Server completely open. They got Worthy in top square so that he can at least cover the flank towards the stairs in general. And with those Vulcan shields, they're able to set up a really good position to be able to defend the plant attempts if needed. And with the hatches still closed in open area, which of course forms a part of the usual elements of the attack strat, there was no other defense for that plant. It literally had to come from red that was already well covered. So honestly, I think that was really great from Chiefs. Super well executed, clearly caught Renatus off guard. And man, now they have to go 5 rounds consecutively on this defense to save this.
A huge task that even a tactical timeout is not likely to make much of a difference at this rate. I gotta say, the highlight for me of that previous round, we saw all the action going down in server, but you cannot underestimate the value of Worthy. Yeah, he got 3 kills, but I mean, he was just playing at the top of square. Like, his role was do not let anyone flank us. Like, server hatch, I believe, was solid at the time. His role was do not let anyone come down blue stairs and kill us, or open server hatch and kill us. That was his entire role. All he had to worry about that entire round was that. And I mean, he did it perfectly, didn't he? So, like you said, just like beauty in the fundamentals for the Chiefs. A basic strategy executed to absolute perfection.
Yeah, really, really beautifully executed. And in a way, I feel like this is starting to be Chiefs going from strength to strength every play day we get through. Now, of course, some people might say, hey, they got a 7-0 against Fury last week. My argument to that is, yeah, but that was Fury. Like, we've seen how Fury has performed so far this stage. It really hasn't been great. So from a strong team, you would expect a fairly strong result. Renatus, on the other hand, look, they may not have had the biggest of starts to APAC South, but they've had some decent results. You know, going back to the first Playday, they had a really big win against Elevate, 7-5. Now, I know Elevate are having their struggles, but regardless, it's Renatus' first match at this level. And then even the 4-7 against Knights was fairly decent. So to be coming here against Chiefs and getting absolutely handled is, I think, a big sign for the Chiefs' strengths.
But I'm going to admit, I was one of the ones that had doubts in the Chiefs roster changes, and hell, I'm being proved wrong. And I will cop whatever flack I have to for that, because they look fantastic. And I mean, it couldn't be a 7-0, but it could well be a 7-1 to follow up their 7-0 from last week.
Definitely a scary situation for a lot of other teams in APAC South yet to face Chiefs, but job's obviously not done. They've still got this round at hand. First minute in, we haven't seen really any contests, but some really good kind of setups here from the Chiefs. Not going too quickly. I think this it's going to come down to almost a game of patience on this round, right? Who's going to be trying to push a little too far for that opening pick? That looked like Boydie might have been on for it if he held that for a little longer. But first 90 seconds in, still not a whole lot of action.
Chiefs have made excellent map control. This is the difference between these two teams. Renatus, they got in and they took this map control, but did they achieve much with it? This is where we need to see Chiefs demonstrate that they can, because they haven't yet found an opening pick. They haven't necessarily cleared a lot of positions as well, but they seem to have information. Drones must be going out alongside this vertical play. It's the combination that's the killer, and that's what Chiefs need to achieve. Spotting out the player, Worthy's got the info. Can he land the shot?
Couldn't quite, and there is Hoven just rotating back to an even deeper position. Chiefs are going to have to be wary of. This is starting to get a little bit scary, I'd say, for Chiefs. You know, only 40 seconds to go. They haven't been able to find that opening pick. They know there's a player or two still a little bit elusive around, and they haven't found a clean entry into side, but that's certainly going to help there. Some nice teamwork. Bouncing picks up the frag. Coming into the final 30 seconds now. Can Chiefs close out the 7-1 victory right here?
Have Renatus got anything left in the tank? What a shot from Ethan. The double. It's just that easy. 5 versus 2. Finally, Renatus getting on the scoreboard. But can they make this work? Hoven, he's found a fantastic position. The wall bang headshot denies the plant. And this game has been kept alive for just a little longer. A 1v1. But Renatus pull through. And they keep this game alive. 6-2 is the scoreline. But there are some very furrowed brows here on the Renatus camp.
Oof, that was a tight one. Look, a 3 versus 5 clutch from Renatus at a very big moment. That's got to help, right? Come on, you got to ride that momentum. Sure, it was very close to not being the case, but really well fought to save that. You know, Renatus, they're not letting go. I think that's the biggest thing there is, even when it looked like it was going to be a bit of a tough ask to save that round, they still dug deep and they pulled out what they needed to actually do it. Let's go do that 4 more times. Now, it sounds like a lot given they've only won 2 rounds, but hey, look, maybe it's doable.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Look, I'm going to admit I'm not convinced. That was very close. And a good round for Renatus, one that they need to build some confidence, prove to themselves that they can take it to Chiefs. Because they're like, let's not forget, right? Like, yeah, Renatus beat Elevate, but they've played Elevate many, many times before. This is a team that is from the same region, not technically not Thailand, but they do play Thai teams within the SEA Championship. So playing against an Oceanic team, especially one with as much history and prestige as the Chiefs, I mean, that'd be a bit rattling for Renatus, surely. I think that they've got to overcome that just as much as they've got to get themselves into the game.
Look, I think this is one of those moments where, for Renatus, you know, they had a pretty good first couple of play days. And I feel like, you know, every team goes through that period where they need to have some pretty big losses as well. You know, get slapped around a little bit. It actually helps. You know, you can't expect to be the freshest team into APAC South and make playoffs and finish first and make a major or whatever. You know, you have to have some pretty tough losses that help you reassess exactly where you're at. You know, this is a bit of a benchmarker where Chiefs are quite frankly, you know, dominating them. There's been some close rounds for sure. Some good moments for Renatus, but at the end of the day, Chiefs are really controlling this. Feels like it's definitely a matter of time of whether this is over. So I think for Renatus, this is one of those ones that's probably a really valuable VOD to look back on.
And we know that Chiefs have always been a team that focuses on nailing fundamentals and nailing the mental as well. You know, they were one of the first teams within OS, and I would say even globally, to have a mental coach, a sports psychologist on their team, Michelle Pocketsyke. And Digital has talked at length about what she does for them and about how they, in moments like this, I could just hear Digital right now saying, oh, you know, what happened on round 9? Oh yeah, we looked at it, we were like, all right, all we really need to do is just knuckle down and wait it out. You know, we know what we're doing, just have some confidence, we'll get there eventually. I mean, that's Chiefs for you.
Certainly is Chiefs for you. I got 90 seconds to try and make this one happen to close out the game. Of course, they probably want to get this night over and done with so they can start prepping for their next opponent on Saturday. This is already a nice patient progress from the Chiefs. I think that's the biggest difference between these two teams is, Chiefs just have this really steady pace. They're not really overextending. They're also not going too slow. It's just, it feels like it's got a really good balance here. And unfortunately, they're going to lose the first two picks, Dev.
Oh, but now for something completely different. I certainly did not see that one coming. There you go, another one. Rix. Lovely work there with the ACS 12 slug shotty. Bouncing, what can you redeem for your team? Hello, triple kill. Make it 4. No, surely not. Ape can clean up the final 2 picks. Renatus, you had me sweating there for a second, but final nail was in the coffin. 6-3, and the comeback is on.
Comeback is on a little bit. It's actually a little bit scary for Chiefs. Look, I still feel like Chiefs are very much in this, but this could certainly slip by a little bit. Renatus building some momentum, and look at them, they're laughing, they're having a good time, and that's dangerous.
Dangerous for the Aussies and the Kiwis on the other side. Chiefs, what's been going on with these attacks? I mean, they started with such a strong one, didn't they? Lockers CCTV, we talked about how elegant and simple it was. Well, time to attack that bomb site again. Renatus have the other 2 locked. I don't think Chiefs could necessarily get away with the same strat 2 times in a row.
No, you wouldn't think so. But what's really interesting when something like that happens is how the defense has to adapt. Like, you can't just fully rotate your strat to deal with that because it's a classic pocket strat, right? Like you said, you can't really get away with it once. But you still have to think about it. You still have to consider it because if they just set up and play exactly like last time, I mean, why couldn't Chiefs get away with it again?
That'd be a tilter.
It definitely would be a tilter.
So it begs the question, what are we going to see from the Chiefs? They have the ability to 6-pick, or rather re-pick, I should say. Stuck in the dark ages, I am. But we're only going to see that from Ethan. Getting rid of the Thatcher and bringing instead the Zafir. I'm not sure what the strat was with the Thatcher, knowing that Kaid is banned, so Thatcher a little bit less relevant. But the Zafir is, I mean, an all-round strong pick. Chiefs in the building nice and fast. Good pre-placed as well. Bit of a roam, though. Hoven down in archives at the minute. Worthy, though, once he gets upstairs, could certainly put some vertical pressure on that position.
Definitely work to do so. And in general, Chiefs just have so much that they can use to assist with verticality. They've got 3 sets of 3 breach charges, plus obviously the skeleton key on the buck. And even secondary shotgun on bouncing, I would assume. So, look, I think there's a lot of verticality pressure here that the Chiefs can get. And they're already in first minute here. They can certainly get to work on that. But it's always about the mid-round, I'd say, with this attack. How can they progress it? And Worthy is certainly doing his best to progress this attack.
Man advantage is nice. Something to work off of for Chiefs, especially since they are not, in fact, going for the same pocket strat we saw last time. Still more of a roam from Renatus. They don't want to allow a straight head-on execute like we saw previously. They want to contest this roam. Bordy's on for it. He spots the player but can't land the shots as of yet. Reveals his position. Bouncing, pressured from the Vulcan. Sees some...
A bomb has been located.
Reloading.
Definitely are. But once again, Rix on the smoke. He's got 3 toxic babies in the pocket. And they've also got this Vulcan shield. Vulcan shield? I think I call it right. I actually can't remember if it's changed its name anymore. Anyway, regardless, there's still so much denial is my point for Renatus. And in the final minute, it's so crucial on this kind of execute on this attack. So Chiefs really have a balance here that they have to walk the line of. They have to be able to try and just bite out this time while not losing bodies and then try and eventually get that plant down. And with Worthy helping up with the frag department, it's starting to feel a little bit more possible.
This is when it gets dangerous for Renatus. They might have a smoke babe left, but as the numbers advantage furthers towards the Chiefs, Renatus have to make good on this flank. It's 8 now. As the plant starts to go down, this could be denied, but he can't get it in time. Position revealed, finds one. The trade! Brody worth his weight in gold. It's just told you left. He doesn't last. The Chiefs eventually get it done. It's not the 7-1 they were looking for, but a 7-3 is 3 points nonetheless. Digital and the boys can be proud.
So a big victory for Chiefs. They've had a really big start to the stage, honestly. I mean, a bit of an anomaly, the 5-7 loss to Direwolves, but I think even then was a good game. This one, firmly in their control for the vast majority of it. It was just a matter of time of closing it out, and that they have. So I think Chiefs can feel pretty confident they are really starting to steamroll towards certainly a top 4 finish, but how high in that top 4 can they finish?
Can't believe how one-sided that game was. Yeah, we saw Renatus start to have some flashes of greatness on the defensive side, but a 7-3 after Chiefs' 7-0 last week. If I'm not wrong, we're yet to have a single overtime in APAC South this year.
Oh.
And Chiefs, I mean, they got to be pretty happy. Yeah, like you said, lost their first match, got 0 points out of the Direwolves game. Since then, they've been on a steamroll and definitely gunning for one of the top 4 positions, if not maybe better.
Yeah, look, I think they're definitely going to be eyeing off some of those top-seeded positions coming into playoffs. I don't see why not at this stage. It really feels like every Playday we see, this roster is fitting together pretty well. I really did think that Renatus would challenge them a lot more, and it's always hard to say whether that was just Chiefs having a really great game, Renatus maybe having an off game. I honestly feel like it was the former. You know, I felt like Renatus didn't play awful. I just felt like Chiefs were just simply better in this matchup.
Simply better. Chiefs continue their dominance. Let's toss it back to the desk, where I'm sure before too long they'll have an interview with one of the Chiefs boys.
We will, but hang on. Don't jump your gun yet. We got 2 experts that want to give their opinions. Guz, let me hear from you, mate. Raven's gone ahead and said it could have been an off day for Renatus, but would you almost say history may start to repeat itself from Playday 2 here? Renatus looking maybe like the inconsistent roster we were worried about at the start?
Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say that Renatus didn't play at their best, or arguably the best we've seen from them so far in this stage. But ultimately, we can't really take away, I think, from what the Chiefs managed to achieve in this game. Ideally, it should have been a 7-1. Renatus fighting really, really hard at the death to keep it, you know, somewhat competitive towards that tail end. But ultimately, for me, the storyline out of this is the Chiefs, the roster changes, the doubters can be silenced. They are playing really well at the moment. They are looking like quite a dominant force, and top 4 for them. I mean, it's very, very difficult to look past them. And for Renatus, question marks for them as to whether or not they'll be able to now make that top 4. Because heading into the day, they were in the mid-table, and unfortunately, they might find themselves a little bit deserted from the rest of the teams that are gaining points to them.
And Xenox, focusing on the dub rather than the L here, you know, we did have questions. First Playday, Direwolves besting the Chiefs, although it was a close game. Are we kind of thinking that this may just be the Chiefs, you know, being in fine form? And
I mean,
sorry, that was a poorly phrased question there. I think it was more so I could hear Dev slurping on tea in the back of my headset. Sorry. It is more so the question from my point of view. Is it the fact that Direwolves have actually been off to a good start rather than Chiefs maybe missing Playday 1?
Well, I think there's multitude of factors. I mean, this is obviously not to discuss too much about that Playday 1 matchup, but again, as I sort of said at the pre-match discussion, was that was the kind of game that could have literally gone either way. There was a couple of rounds that the Chiefs probably didn't quite capitalize on, and Direwolves did. That was really the difference. And also, obviously, they've had some roster changes. There's maybe some little teething issues, which they've well and truly sorted out, if there are any, and were any. I mean, Bouncin has come in and is looking tremendous. Boydie's been great. I mean, I think this roster that we've got here for the Chiefs will, by the end of this year, be better than they were last year. So that's my call. I think for Renatus as well.
Whoa.
Hang on, no. Let me do what
That's a big call. That's a big call.
Let me do what Jake does all the time. No, sorry. No, a little bit too early, mate. Think you're calling that one a little bit too early. It's only Playday 3. There's a lot to go.
Right. Okay. Cheers, Rob. Awesome. Didn't ask. I think that for Renatus, the biggest issue was the fact that the map veto did not go their way. I don't think they should have gone to bank. I think that was a big mistake from them. But this is a team that's going to learn and grow the more they continue to play this year, and this is a learning experience for them.
Certainly is, and I guess it's time for us to hear from, I believe it's Ethan we actually have joining us on the interview, which is going to be fantastic. No, it's Worthy. I thought it was Ethan.
Sorry to disappoint.
Worthy, you've disappointed me. No, you haven't really. Worthy, look, on the back of what was a phenomenal 2021 season, it looks like you and the Chiefs have come into 2022 with a revitalized roster, of a revitalized look. How feeling for you on the inside?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it feels a lot better. It feels like we definitely started slow on the first Playday, but I mean, I know that this roster has like a lot of potential, and I think, yeah, we will get better by the end of the year. At the very latest, like I don't think it'll take that long for us to be like at full strength, but I think when we are, we'll be a lot better than what we were, and which is why we made the moves in the first place.
Yeah, I guess you've got to make the roster changes in the right direction. As much as I want you to be right, I don't want you to be right, because it means that Xenox has predicted something in the future, and no one likes that. That is a terrible thing. But I do need to ask you, how has the integration been with Bouncin and Boydie? Obviously, two formidable players in OCN previously. You know, they're not shy of the experience coming into this. How have they gelled with the roster and yourself?
It's surprisingly smooth, like probably the smoothest like roster change I've ever been a part of. Like just the way that they actually fit into the roster, it was just like pretty seamless. So yeah, it's just very easy getting them into the team. Yeah. And by the looks of it, you know, you really haven't missed a beat from 2021 to 2022. You're still playing out of your mind. So I do have to ask you, has anything changed in terms of the roles, or are you saying that Boydie and Bouncin have kind of come in and just slot straight into where God and Fisho once were? The roles have switched a bit. Like Rain's on hard support now, which he was like more secondary support, and Ethan's on Jones a lot more, calling a lot more for us. So that kind of changes a lot, because he was fragging out for us a lot last year, so Bouncin and Boydie can step up and sort of pull that whole day lift. So yeah, but I think it works pretty well.
Yeah, good. All right, mate. Well, look, I want to take up any more of your time. You obviously have a game, I think, tomorrow night and Saturday night, so we'll let you go. Any final words before we do?
Not much, just thank you to those who are supporting us. And yeah, not much else to say.
Yeah, well, I guess short and sweet, mate. It's like that performance. You've played well, and you definitely deserve the 3 points. We'll see you probably tomorrow night, but for APAC South, we'll see you Saturday.
Thank you.
Man, a few words, and not many words need to be said when you perform like that, Guz. And week in, week out, they are just better than most teams.
Yeah, and the key takeaway from that is it's almost a case with the Chiefs where they see it as one step back for 10 steps forward. Bit of a rough start for them potentially at the start of the stage, but they were expecting that, and it hasn't even really been the case. I mean, they're already performing really well. Top 4 well and truly on the cards. This was, you know, a match that going into it, they were the favourites. They were expected to win, but the fashion in which they did it, quite confident. And I think as well that another takeaway was just the roles that they've had to switch around. And I think today, again, gave a really good insight that they're quite comfortable and they're slotting into those roles really nicely. And same can't be said about a lot of other teams where they're often shifting around and whatnot. So the fact that the Chiefs are able to solidify that now is really good for them. And if they can make the playoffs, that's something to build upon.
Well, I'm sure they're halfway to making that, because that performance has certainly convinced us. Speaking of convincing, two teams that are on top of their game. It's IG and it's Direwolves. It's the Clash of the Titans. It's coming up after this.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers in seconds. Drop the bomb. Attackers drop the
We're back for the last game of the Playday. Not only that, it's probably one of the most impactful games of this stage. IG in fine form. Direwolves breaking all the stigmas we had around them in 2021. Xenox, this is sure to be, I'm gonna say it, a barn burner.
Yeah, let's just rub my hands together because I'm so excited for this game. It is literally number 1 and number 2. I know it's only Playday 3, but it's probably the two best teams in terms of what they've been able to show us over the first two Playdays as well. Both undefeated, both pretty similar round differentials, so winning around the same kind of margin. This is so exciting because if Direwolves do beat out IG, I think that is the final tick to see is this team really worthy as being a contender from this region. I think if they can take down IG, the answer for that is yes. And for IG itself, this is going to be probably their hardest test of the stage so far. Putting, of course, this new roster together. What have they got up against the Direwolves?
That's the big question, I think, overall here, Guz. It really is going to come down to where Direwolves are at and how they're going to be able to perform against what we are considering to be probably the most dangerous team in APAC South at the moment.
Ooh, I mean, what a challenge. This is Look, let's be real. Today's been a little bit of a slow day, some may say. So if this isn't match of the day, I tell you what, I'm packing the bags and going home. Which I already am at home, but you know what I mean, the analogy.
Yeah, sure.
This is really a trial by fire for Direwolves. It has felt like every time in the past where they've had to against a serious challenge, like the boss battle, they haven't been able to win it out. So this is their opportunity to finally, well and truly plant the foot down and say, we are one of the best teams in this region. We are not here to make up the numbers anymore. We are a serious contender for that first place, and the major is seriously in our line of sight.
Well, that's it. It is the final boss they're coming up against. They've beaten the Chiefs, they've beaten Elevate, but now they come up against Invictus Gaming. This roster, Xenox, is just packed with star-studded power and just overall, it is a terrifying prospect for most teams at the moment coming up against what is now this new IG roster.
Yeah, and obviously there's going to be a lot of people that say this is just a team that's going to go and frag out and they're going to be able to win through sheer attrition of getting kills. But I think there's a lot of smart players on this team as well. At the end of the day, guys like Speakeasy, Jigsaw, yeah, you could look at them as fraggers, but they're fraggers because of their ability to understand where to position themselves, the game sense, the knowledge, when to swing, when not to swing, all these little mechanics that maybe get kind of forgotten about as well. And guys like Mentalist, Hysterics, Nate, so much experience on this roster, and the fact is, when you're changing the majority of the roster, like 3 players out, 3 players in, you kind of expect maybe some time to adjust, and that just hasn't. They've just clicked straight away, and that's such a big sign. And it's so good when you've got, arguably, I think could end up by the end of the stage, the 2 best players in the region in Jigsaw and Speakeasy. IG could then find themselves as the best team in APAC South.
I mean, could we really dispute it at the moment, guys? Is this the final hurdle for both IG and Direwolves as to where that conversation turns for stage 1?
I mean, that's what I mean. Like, I think it's fair to frame this as almost the grand final that isn't the grand final. Not only are these the top 2 teams objectively on the standings, but I think most would agree that from a subjective standpoint, they have shown the most promise. Neither have reached their skill cap, but no one has so far because of so many roster changes. But it looks like the road ahead for both of these teams is so damn strong. So this is sort of a real test to really benchmark where they are at the moment. I'm expecting a really hard-fought game. It should be super duper close. Might be finally an OT. I don't know. Don't want to curse it, but we still haven't had an overtime as of yet. And if there's a match that deserves it, it has to be this one.
Well, a match that is deserving of a map. Let's go to the video and have a look what map we're going to be going to here. Will it be OT? Let's go, baby! Let's go! It has been teased in 4 games. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Skyscraper. I don't even know if I want to ask you, either of you, your opinion on this, but give me your thoughts, Gus.
Based on the reaction in the background from Dev, I don't think he even knows the call out. So this is just going to be a fun one to sit back and enjoy. Kind of glad we're hands off. Don't have to worry about the stresses of having to cast this one. But my word, this is the first time we're going to see one of the 3 additions to the map finally played here in stage 1. Again, we're still waiting for an overtime. This is first versus second. If this isn't setting the stage for the best game of the stage, I couldn't think of any better ingredients to put together. This is going to be amazing.
Look, I think there's a part of me that's very, very happy with this, because obviously this will be the first time this stage that we are going to see one of the new maps, and what better way to just sort of sit back and watch Direwolves and IG battle it out on Skyscraper. But there is another part of me that would have kind of preferred a bit more of a sort of quote normal map, right?
Yeah.
To really kind of see where these 2 teams are at, because let's be honest, the excuse is there now. Whoever loses this can say, well, it's just Skyscraper. We haven't really played it that much. Less of an excuse for Direwolves, because they obviously had they had the option between Border and Skyscraper. We've just completely glanced over that. We were getting it either way. But yeah, to reiterate my point there, I think it would have been nice to maybe see like a Clubhouse or an Oregon, just to really see where these 2 teams are at. But who cares? Throw it out the window. Let's have some fun. To go back to something Guz said before, the grand final that maybe won't end up being the grand. Don't forget, Chiefs are looking pretty good. If Direwolves lose this, IG Chiefs, Playday 7, who knows?
I don't know about that one, mate. Direwolves haven't lost to anyone yet. You know what I'm saying? They're on hot form. You know, you got to look at the stats, the cold hard stats. But one of the cold hard stats and one of the cold hard facts of this game, Guz, is we are well and truly going to have a team out on top after today. And I have to ask you before we get underway with the proceedings, who you got pinned?
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
A coin, mate. Flip a coin. It's the classic APAC, isn't it? Flip a coin and you might be able to pick a team. The fact that we're going to Skyscraper, as Xenox was sort of alluding to, means we have literally nothing to go off. Skyscraper is quite a unique map. We are yet to see it played at all here in APAC South. So you can guess as much as you want into win this map, especially considering how close they are. But you're just pulling it out of nowhere. You're not really backing it up with anything.
Where are you pulling it out of?
Yeah, I wasn't going to go that far. Out of nowhere, out of a hat. It's like money out of a hat. So yeah, the prediction's tough. I think I just have to back in IG. That's what I did at the start of the day. I do believe that overall they do have that super roster and the team that can battle it out here on this map. But Direwolves, I mean, they're surely feeling comfortable, right? They let both Border and Skyscraper through, so you would be expecting them to be at least competent on one of those maps. They've taken us to Skyscraper, so there's no excuses.
Yeah, I honestly think that this is going to be also maybe a lock-in for top 4. If someone wins this for all 3 points, that's 9 points secured through 3 play days. You would imagine both of these two teams should obviously be in the top 4, but to really, you know, sell at home. Direwolves have Fury after this. That's another 3 points there. So, so
how you going there? Jeez,
I did not mean it in that way. But my point is to really just sort of lock that up nice and early. It takes off even more stress if there is any. Which honestly, when I look at the top 4, I don't think it's going to be doing much moving and shaking, to be completely honest. But we'll get to that maybe at the end of the day when we sort of break everything down. But yeah, I think that it's hard to predict who's going to win this game because of Skyscraper. And it was already going to be difficult to predict before we were going to Skyscraper as well. So that just sort of adds it on top of it.
Yeah.
In terms of who's going to sort of benefit from the unknown, I actually think it might be IG, right? As a new team, 3 new players coming into the lineup, so they probably don't have as many strategies on really any of the maps, right? Because like you are adding in so many different pieces, you're just playing on raw fragging ability. So if you're going to a map like Skyscraper and it's going to come down to probably raw fragging ability, I think IG just ahead for me. Then that's why I not only went for them tonight, but now with Skyscraper, I'd back them in a little bit more. But there's a big caveat to that, Rob.
But
I've gone against Direwolves every play day. So,
rookie.
And they proved me wrong every play day.
Yeah, I think
that's
they
right.
might.
You predicted alongside the champ for this week, so I wouldn't be too stressed. I wouldn't worry.
Settle
down.
Settle down. Look, we do have the opportunity to turn this into a mini podcast of sorts because it does look like we've got somewhat of a delay. So I might just open the floor up here and start talking about, you know, where this kind of takes us, maybe post this game as well. You know, regardless of where these two teams are. I think Xenox is completely right here, Guz. Both of these teams have almost in their first 2 performances locked in at least the idea of playoffs.
Yeah, at this point, if both of these teams even did not make playoffs, it would be quite the shock. And it would also mean that other teams lower on the standings would really need to step up their game. So it's kind of this two-pronged, two-variable thing that kind of needs to happen. So I don't really know if ruling them out of the top 4 is a realistic proposition. There's no signs at the moment to suggest that would be the case at all. And that's the storyline, right? Both of these teams, 6 points, 2 wins in regulation, looking amazing. And that's the thing, they've been also looking amazing just from a subjective standpoint. You can look at the standings all day long and say they're playing really well, whatever, but just from what we have seen from the observing point of view, they're just playing really well. And that's a testament, I think, to IG, who took a huge risk. 3 roster changes, almost unprecedented. They're the only team that has mixed regions as well, with Singaporean and Australian players. So you'd say that at the start of the season and you'd almost be shocked. First time it's really happened here in APAC South, and that's, again, such a huge gamble to take. But so far, it's been paying off. They're the best attacking team in the region at the moment. I think that's pretty clear. They showed that against Wildcard. And now we get to see what they're made of on a brand new map. I think it's often the time when new maps come in, teams that have the support staff, have the structures in place to scrim, to practice, to dry run, to watch other regions, etc. on new maps, they shine through. And there's no excuses for me, for IG at least, to not show that prowess here on Skyscraper, right? They have the experience. They have Gig, who's been coaching forever on that team. APAC North has played this map as well. Yeah, I'm sure they've been scrimming it behind the scenes. The test server would have gotten a run as well. And that's, again, why I'm leading into them slightly to take this map. That's not to discredit Direwolves and what they've achieved thus far. It's more so highlighting just how strong IG is. And we haven't had a team, at least in my opinion, so far throughout the history of APAC South, that has shown this dominance so early on in a season. And I'm expecting that to continue. I don't have any reasons to doubt that that's going to stop here.
Xenox, I'll give you a chance to jump in here, or we can go to a break. It's totally up to you.
I mean, I will say I think for Direwolves, the biggest thing is that they're in this kind of conversation, that we're putting them in the same air as IG, that we're hyping up this game, not just for the game itself, but where it leads these two teams moving forward for the rest of their stages, regarded as maybe the best two teams. You can obviously continue to question that as we go through the stage. I think Chiefs obviously looking very, very good as well. So maybe we've got a clear top three that's starting to form. Who knows? But if that is the case, you'd like to, you know, win against those teams. Direwolves have already beaten Chiefs. I mean, they've already beaten Elevate as well, right? And now you're playing IG, arguably the hardest 3-game start, and they're 2-0 going into this third game. That is significant. They play Fury, then they play Renatus, then they play Wildcard, then they play Knights. That's a pretty good run home for Direwolves on the back of their current form. So there's not too much stress either for them in this game. You can lose this game against IG and feel pretty confident that you'll close out the rest of the stage. So I think that's the beauty of it. Both teams should feel relatively stress-free going into this game. It's not like it's Playday 7. It's not like one team's you know, first and the other one's like 6th, and the 6th has got to win, and first is trying to like dodge the team in second that's coming up behind them. So it's going to be so much fun. It's a shame that someone's decided to pull the plug here, and maybe they accidentally chose Skyscraper and they're like, oh no, hang on, how do we fix this? But no, too late, it's locked in.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on in the background, unfortunately, which is keeping us on a small delay. It'll be fun for us on the desk. It'll be fun for everyone in the audience. There's someone that's not going to be fun for, that is Dev Mana. But we are going to go to a break before we get underway with Skyscraper. What could be the game of the stage. Direwolves and IG are going to be coming up after this extended break.
Just way too long to play this game. Now your love is gone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Can't wait no more. I am on overload. So if you're sure, don't leave me all alone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh. I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you pull me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me and make me feel like I'm alive. And make me feel like I'm alive. It's what you're seeking, and it's worth repeating. Don't give up your dreaming, this is all you need. And feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over and over again. If it's what you're seeking and it's worth repeating, don't give up your dreaming. This is all you need. And feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over and over again. Let's start it over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over again. I gotta tell you now that I saw you from the start. I gotta tell you now you're standing away too far. I gotta tell you now what you're doing to my heart. I gotta tell you now I need to know who you are. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around are so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me When I look into your eyes, can you feel the groove? When I hold you tight, can you feel the groove? Taking us through the night, and can you feel the groove? Shaking from left to right. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around are so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around, round, round, yeah. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. Yeah, I want to be wild and free so much. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three. I'm ready. 'Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me, walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. What's wrong? Are you feeling kinda downward? Light up, you've been using all my power. This month I'm passing on my flowers. You don't even get the ones I like anyway. Freeze your foot, now we're always at home. I'm bored of coming over to pretend I'm turned on. You're the one sober and I'm on day 4.
cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way you can't join me later, cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own, even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you had nothing and I had it all, and now you've come up better off out of the ball. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help, and all this relationship stuff is helpless. Wanna break out, you say yeah, but this game's for two players. Time to give it some and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby.
still sit around. Yeah, what you waiting for? Get moving, guess it's time to go. We'll never turn around. Yeah, got everything we need, so we gon' live it up. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's no better time than now. Oh, now. You just can't beat this feeling. Oh, I can't get enough. I keep going up. You just can't beat this feeling. This is my kind of love. We keep going up. I want it day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 day and night, 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 night. I want it day and night. Oh, there's no better time than now.
Probably the single most entertaining cast, one of the greatest games of our generation, and we will never get to see it. Unfortunately, all memes aside, there has been a technical issue that has forced Invictus Gaming into the forfeit. They have had internet issues and they concede the game. It is a 7-0 to dire wolves, believe it or not. So make of that what you will. Gentlemen, it was so exciting for almost all of about 5 minutes. We got
Best pre-show for a game ever.
It was.
For a game that didn't even happen.
The most exciting part of the night, in all honesty, wasn't even on stream. It was us waiting for the admins to type in our Discord exactly if the game was getting played or not. And the anticipation, it was unrivaled.
Yep.
It was palpable, really. And then when it ended with a no, we're not playing at the end of the message, incredibly disappointed. But
yes,
I think at the end of the day, the rules are the rules.
Yep.
It's simple as that. It's black and white. And we can move on and talk about the day as it was played out.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at how that day played out. And I think it is important to note as well, it's unprecedented, okay? This is the very first time it's ever happened in APAC South, so it is something that comes to as a shock to the majority of us. But we do appreciate everyone sticking around, and as we do go through what was tonight's game, Xenox Elevate, I think, showing their class once more, but it's just been lacking a little bit up until today.
Yeah, well, I guess we can say that Wildcard Elevate ended up being the best game of the day after all.
True.
Which, you know, for all retrospect, it was actually a very decent game, 4-4 at one period of time, and you thought, well, this is going to be one of those ones where it's really going to go either way, and lo and behold, Elevate on the defense just ended up closing it out, winning the last 3 rounds. How many times have we seen that happen before? And, you know, it also begs the question now for Wildcard, where, you know, they're now bottom 2 after 3 play days. So the hype train that launched off after Playday 1's result against Knights has launched into the bin, because now they're in the bottom 2, stuck on 3 points. They played Chiefs in Playday 4 in 2 days' time. Good luck. So they're gonna need that luck.
Yep, they certainly are, and someone else that's going to need that luck you two boys. Let's have a look at the predictions, because there's there is an unbelievable prediction at the end of the day. Look at that, unbelievable down the bottom. The 2 worst casters in our region have shown their true colours today, so they deserve it.
That is honestly disappointing.
Checks with the admins.
Better, and that the results for Direwolves IG predictions should be scrapped.
You will be hearing from my lawyers.
No, I really won't be. I'm going to be blocking all emails coming in, mate. I don't really listen to any calls either, so they're going to be on dull ears. But as you can see, throughout the day, outside of really the Elevate matchup, which is actually insane to think about the fact that we all went for wildcard, it's been I don't want to say a sleeper day by any means, but the performances have really just been so overwhelmingly strong for the teams that have won. Now let's have a look at the standings so that we can see and recap where these teams are headed into Playday 4. It is the turning of the tides. It is that kind of middle ground. This is where storylines can completely change, and lo and behold, Direwolves are out on top, guys.
Well, yeah, obviously, still undefeated.
Thanks,
and
mate.
a nice little round diff boost for them today after the 7-0 forfeit.
Yeah.
But yeah, heading into the day, they were already first, so they'll retain that position. Unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, it does mean they've been knocked down a peg into equal second on 6 points. And I think it's really, really important to just remind everybody that this is just one game. This result is not going to dictate their season. If Invictus truly are the best team in the league, they're still going to end up finishing in the top 2 anyway, and top 4 make it to playoffs. So there's no reason to be absolutely livid with what's happened here. Oh my god, this is crazy. Invictus are never going to recover. It's really not the case. If they actually are as good as they've shown so far, they'll be fine. And then looking down further in the standings, I think, again, the standout disappointment, it has to be Fury. Unfortunately, still unable to get a point on the board. Their round differential looking really, really, really bad at the moment. So they're a team we're looking at to try and bounce back a little bit for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, it's been a pretty poor start for Fury Xenox. As much as, we've had 3 games and they've received no points, I think it's more the fashion in which they have lost in the last 2.
Yeah, minus 17 round differential. Yeah. 4 from 25 rounds played. It's not good viewing. And they play Direwolves in 2 days' time. I can't imagine that that's going to be much better for them. Hopefully, for their sake, for Fury, they can find a way to turn things around. But it's kind of ironic now that IG have a -1 round differential. It's just weird, isn't it? Unprecedented times, as you said before. And look, for IG, they play Renatus in 2 days. That's going to be a pretty big game. Now, all of a sudden, right? Because if IG lose that game, Renatus will actually leapfrog above them, and IG will be out of the top 4 with 3 play days to go.
Geez, that'd be quite crazy, guys. But I guess we'll have to wait and see once we do get there. Final thoughts on what has been a very quick day. It's actually, it's not before 10. Damn. But we're almost there.
Look, I think we headed into the day probably expecting these games to be relatively one-sided, as we expected. The outlier of that probably being the opening game of the day. I think Wildcard and Elevate produced a pretty entertaining result. Again, I think we can all openly admit that we did not give as much credit to Elevate as they deserved.
For sure.
And they've bounced back, gotten their first points on the board, 3 for them. Amazing result. The next 2 games, unfortunately, not really living up to any expectation from an entertainment front. Very straightforward, very predictable. And then, the last game, what can you say? We were so excited for it. It probably was going to be the game of the stage. Not meant to be, things happen. Unfortunate for IG. But again, like I said during the standings, IG, it's one game. Yeah. If they let this get to the heads too much, well, you're going to cost yourselves. There's nothing you can do about this now. All you can do is knuckle down, continue to show why you're the best in the region, and they'll be back in that first place in no time.
Xenox.
We didn't even get to see Skyscraper.
That as well.
I know,
we got so hyped.
We didn't even get to see Skyscraper.
So hyped.
Teasing us. Which we've been hyping that up for a week, basically. Yeah. I remember when we closed out last week and it was all about, wow, Direwolves versus IG, that's going to be so big. Don't get it.
Just stop it, mate. It hurts too much. It's too deep.
It's too fresh.
Look, what can I say? We're back in 2 days' time. APAC South is, even when there's no action, there's action.
That's very true.
That's a good goal from you.
That's very true. APAC South, the place of just chaos and utter entertainment at the very least. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here on Playday 3. We return in just 2 days' time at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So make sure you pencil that one in the book. Until then, stay safe. Take care. See you soon.
But again, his timing is just absolutely god-awful, and Elevate will clean up the round.
This could actually be the round if Onigiri gets a freebie, which he does to and a second. As I said, they're trapped in there with Onigiri. It's not the other way around. It'll be man. Well, Cairo just goes for the plant. Hasn't got really that much information. What a shot onto DCH, but Sappas is coming in from behind. He goes with it though. OJ! Oh my! Big plays. This one.
Bring this round back. Not unwinnable. It could still be salvaged. There's one. There's a second. Now Sage. Stat and Fury not having a response as of yet.
Oh, that's just unfortunate timing for Spacehead. Play it down. It's Juicy who opens it up, gets rid of Dark. Quiz is still worried about impacting
He got it.
Wall, and he's done it again. 15 seconds left. Wall is going to stay up for the rest.
Now, Rix versus Ethan. The captains of each team go head-to-head. Rix, the spray. He doesn't land it. Ethan. Bouncing and Worthy have made it a little bit easier, though. Ethan with 2 points of health left. And they make this work. Hoven, he's found a fantastic position. The wallbang headshot denies the plant. And this game has been kept alive for just a little longer. A 1v1. But as the plant starts to go down, this could be denied, but he can't get it in time. Position revealed, finds one. The trade! Brody worked his weight in gold. It's just Toji left. He doesn't last.
恐怖は誰にでもある。目には見えない狡猾の敵だ。逃れられぬ引力のように。僕らはその恐怖と何度も戦ってきた。力ずくで圧倒されても踏ん張れば立ち向かえる。全力へ戦い克服できる。僕らは恐怖を理解し、たゆまぬ努力と勇気でそれをチームで乗り越えてきた。今は恐怖を武器にできる。今こそ僕たちの出番だ。さあ、僕たちを恐れろ。
too entertaining. We don't need to panic. This club is shady anyway. Who can spot the raindrops? All your exclusive rooftops. We just need a junk shop or a kebab shop. People come and go, people come and go. Nobody can take away our siren roll. If everybody's gone, if everybody's gone, nobody can hold up. We are going strong. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Kicked out of the club, had a bit too much. We just dance outside, broke but still in style. Broke but still in style. Broke but still in style.
Come on, you're standing on the edge tonight. You watch me like a satellite. Oh, come on and dive with me. It's time to see the color changing in the light. The future's looking pretty bright. Oh, come on and shine with me, shine with me. Now I can see that this is really happening. Honestly, don't you really want to try? Oh, will you take my hand and we can make it out? Oh, if you take the leap, I'll never let you down. Come along.